Good morning. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties here. And if you'll notice in the background, there is annoying drilling over my head once again. I'm going to try my best to cut through it. Indeed, good morning, and sorry in advance for the background buzz. I can't really fix it because they're deciding that, it's a good time just as the market opens to start drilling over my head. Yeah. I'll try to lower the microphone so it's not as ridiculous. So we opened up on decent volume, 18 million, and we're in the clouds lightly, but it's a far cry from where we were previously or how we moved previously. I think we're going to get a push, which this might be it, just because there's so much hype and we had a weekend and it's a Monday. So hopefully we get a good solid push going to till about 10:30. Yeah, I was lowering the microphone just because they're drilling over my head. But if you can't hear me, I'll bring it back up. I don't think 50's our floor. I still think we're going to fall down, but I think we'll have a push before we crash. There's not enough support. We got to 50 in less than a day, so you have less than a day worth of support, and that's not going to hold. As soon as there's any type of market red, it'll just fall apart, right? So we may try to hover around 50, but I don't think we can hover around 50. So if this push is good, like solid good, like puts us up to 70, let's say, then basically we might collapse down back to 50. So basically it's like being an airplane and losing your wings. As long as you're high enough, when you go down catastrophically, you're still not going to hit the earth, right? So it all depends, right? We're overdue for a huge sell-off, and we're also we got no support. So if anything goes wrong in the market, we're going to fall down because we just don't have the support, at least not yet. And so we're going to see how it plays out. If we can get the height, then it doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, it matters if you buy the top, but it doesn't really matter for those that are holding from 14 or 40. Oh my God, my teeth are rattling here. But that's basically how it's going to play out. So we'll see how it goes, but hopefully we can get some height because I'm in a long position and, I really don't like looking at the negative 30 every day. Yeah, this is a good power shape. So I was looking at some Reddit DD kind of thing and just seeing what's out there. And there was actually a fairly neat one where somebody had a channel here. It's not that accurate. I really don't know how he got his lines to line up, but he managed to get a line that intersected this guy and these tops. So I think it must be like this. He did. And he just casually ignored the left-hand side because I was like, oh, that looks really cool. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, because you can't do that because of this. But he used it to predict the upswing at the end of the day by basically arguing that there's a giant wedge here. But the problem with that is, of course, you can't do that because you have declining bottoms. So really what you have is a channel, right? You don't actually have a pennant. And so there's the channel breakout. Anyways, it was an interesting look, but then I was like, something's not quite right. And everybody's all like, oh my God. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. And then I'm like, you fucker, you're cheating and lying. But that being said, we definitely were in a channel. You can see it going down. And it was lucky that his pennant kind of shape ended up predicting the upswing. I guess the upswing was overnight. Yeah, predicting the upswing overnight. There it is. But anyways, that being said, among the piles of shitty DD done by Reddit, we are definitely in a channel, so I'm just going to draw that. Or, well, we're out of the channel now. So as long as we stay above these blue lines, we should continue upwards. And if we keep the excited trend line, let's just compare these. That one's sharper. Let's go with the sharpest one. So we should be somewhere between, let's say, here and here. We should stay within this arc. Let's say like that. So this is the we have tons of energy and we're excited line. And this is the we're excited and have a little less energy line. So as long as we're between these two lines, we're maintaining kind of a psychotic happiness. As soon as it curves or otherwise, then we basically are looking at, our sadness line. So this one, which is about the same as that one, which is actually pretty good. If they're all the same, that's probably the worst it can do. And what's the other one? Let's do the flat one here. Flat, good, same, and that one's a little lower. So this is our kind of flat line. So those are basically our angles, and I'll just drag them around. And that gives us a sense of basically, I wouldn't say intention, but let's see, sentiment. That's the word I should be using. So how they're feeling, depending which line they decide to follow. Actually, let's change the colors. We'll use these for a little bit later. So I don't draw technicals as much as I used to, just because it's not really necessary to draw technicals all the time. Once you know the personality of the stock, you can pretty much guess where it's going to go. Or if it's doing stuff that's so erratic, there's really no way to guess because your guess will be only good for, a fraction of a couple seconds. So really all you can do is just monitor that it's going the way you think it is and then readjust when it doesn't. So today, that's what we're going to do. So I don't know where it's going to go. So we're going to let the stock tell us, what it wants to do. I'm guessing it's going to go up on a Monday kind of push, but I can't guarantee that. So we'll basically play it out and the stock will tell us what it's thinking. So we're going into a power shape, but we're losing momentum here. So we're trending along these lines right here. So we want to avoid following the red lines, and we want to try to follow the green lines, and everything should be good. Yeah, there's drilling in the background. I'm sorry about that. I'm thinking I'm going to try setting up this stream on my laptop, and I have a sound booth. I can move it to the sound booth. The only problem with that is that I won't be able to see the chat, but we'll see. it gets pretty loud, like to the point where I can feel my face vibrate. I'm worried my hard drives are gonna like shatter from the vibrating. Yeah, that's a very valid point, Backstop. The only problem is I would be on the hook till Friday. So basically, you want to sell those covered calls as close to the last second as possible because they'll have the most money, right? $9.60, but how far out? End of the week? Wow. It's pretty decent. Yeah, actually, well, I think what I'm going to do once I can think straight because of the drilling is I'm going to sell a covered call, then use that premium money to buy more shares at this price to ride it up. Then if it goes over, I don't really care, right? Especially if I pick a number like 75 or 80, because I'll have, another 10, 20 shares riding it up. If it doesn't reach that, then at least when I bail out at the higher price, I'll be good. But the problem with the covered calls too is that you have to keep them. So if we go up and go down, you're stuck, right? So what you really want to sell is naked. But then if it goes up to $300, oh, lordy. But then you can always just buy back in once it gets over, a certain price, right? But anyways, yeah, that's the gamble. I'm going to hold out on that at least until I see probably by noon. If we don't show any strength by noon, then I'll make my decision on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, as people keep thinking, there's no risk. There's risk with everything, right? It's just limited in certain cases. So, even covered calls, which ultimately have no real risk, you may miss out. And that is the inherent risk. But that's trivial compared to, infinite losses. That's a bigger risk, one would argue. So we're actually looking pretty good. It looks like it's going to break out here. Yeah, although 68 ain't too far. So maybe I will write those covered calls. But then I guess if it hits 68, then they're printing money. Yeah, probably I should just let my shares ride up to 68, bail, let her go down, and be thankful. Yeah. I still do have 22,000 riding on $18 or lower. So either which way the market goes, I'm going to be making money. Actually, that's the one I should write. You know what? I should write that. And it's like, but then what do I do? So what I do is I use the premium to buy the shares at this price. So they pay me. Oh, but I would have to hold 100 shares. So I wouldn't make the money because they would be paying $3 and I would have to pay 53 basically to hold the shares for a week. So it's good money if I had the share quantity. Anyways, it's just another tactic. But yeah, all those people got effed last week, eh? There was how many? It was 86,000, I think, or something. So 86,000 times 145. It's like, oh man. Oh, looks like we're rolling. So let's see if we're taking on this red line or are we taking on this one? And we'll move these together. Now, this will give us our paths. So I'm going to keep shifting these lines over just because they don't compensate for time, right? They're just an angle, but we alternate between red, green, red, green, red, green. So basically it's going to be red, then it's going to be one of these greens. So I have to just keep shifting them. Yes, so what you're seeing here, right, it looks kind of like an M shape, right? You essentially have a pennant that's going to form at the top here because you have declining tops and declining bottoms. So eventually there's going to be a breakout from these black lines. So if it gets above this black line, it should take off. And if it goes below this black line, it'll break down. Also, when you have an M shape, it can also be because you have a support or a resistance line and you're bouncing against it. But you see how it's getting farther and farther away from essentially this black line. So it's not that. Because if you go up and you do this, you're banging on the roof basically, or you come down and you're banging on the floor. That's basically you are going to roll under generally. You get about 3 bangs, and if it doesn't happen, you go the other way. So in this case or that case, right? It all depends. But this is basically a pennant, or some people call it a bull flag. See how it looks like a flag? So here's the breakout that's about to happen. So here, I'm going to just move these green lines for now. So the breakout will happen as soon as it goes over this black line. So you see it tried, so it touched the line and then it got pushed down. Okay. Now it runs the risk of breaking down. Let's do this properly. All right, that's the proper way to do it. So you take the 2 highs and the 2 lows, and you generally need a green stick that transcends the whole thing. So it looks like it's about to break down, but if it can avoid this line, you'll see it drift up, and then it'll eventually break out. And so what a pennant represents is that basically there's indecision, but the indecision eventually gets to a point, and then it has to make a decision because the stock can't go literally sideways. And then it breaks up or breaks down, kind of like there's pent up energy, and then eventually somebody wins. So we'll see how it plays out. It looks like green's going to win just because it's drifting up. So there you go. There's the breakout. So now you'll see the volume's going to go up, and then it's going to, oh, it got pushed. Okay, so you watch the volume just take off, and then the stock price will move as well. Yeah, see? Then that's how you know it's the breakout, because the volume shows commitment. The price doesn't really matter. What matters is the commitment from the volume. If there's no commitment from the volume, it'll be quickly erased because it's like one person going, yeah, let's all go streaking. And everyone else is like, yeah, no. And then it doesn't happen, right? So there's a strong, strong confirmation that that's a breakout. So all you do is get a little breakout. It doesn't mean it's going to continue. It just means it's going to go somewhere. So that's the go somewhere. Now we see how red handles the green going up. If red doesn't put up any resistance, green will continue. If red puts up a ton of resistance, we'll go back, and we possibly will break down. And that's basically the process of a pennant. I'm sure Trey's yelling right now, George W., George W. That's the only thing he knows. You could also argue that's a completed W to the left there, because it did technically finish a W, but that's a pennant. You can make a pennant in every W, as you can see. But it also holds up, because in a W, once you get past the middle point, which you can see the pennant just magically intersects, you generally complete the shape. So yeah, it's a pennant, and yeah, it's a W, but they're both trying to tell you the same thing, which is their strong commitment to leave where they currently are. And so there you go. It's multiple technicals all trying to tell you the same thing, which is generally the truth of what's going on. But it is no crystal ball, as you can see with this red. It's a good sign, but it doesn't prove anything in the long term, which is why I'm not a multimillionaire. But you can make good coin on these, because if you know it's going to go up and you put a really tight stop loss, you can basically ride the wave. And if it goes below, then you bail out or whatever. Or you can wait till it gets to the black line and buy in just as it breaks out. And that's even safer. Damn. An MRI on his heart. Well, best of luck, Trey. I don't wish ill of anyone. And heart defect would blow ass chunks. Yeah, I get to feel like I'm having a heart attack daily, but my heart is rock solid. So good and ugh. But I wouldn't want to wake up every day with the worry that my heart wasn't rock solid. Oh, that would suck balls. Hello, Rajesh. Regis. Regis. That works. So, good push. Slight retraction, which is healthy. So that speaks to continuation. Little reds are always healthy. You can't just keep going green, 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 or you'll get a huge crash. So what you're seeing on the micro here is what we're going through on the macro. So you have to have a little bit of red on the way up, or you'll pay for it later. And depending on the speed of the stock, that little red you saw might count. If the stock is high velocity, which I don't really know if it is right now, then you'll see the patterns play out in under a minute. We're looking at a minute with an update a second is what we're looking at. So you'll see them play out just like green, 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 red, green, 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 red. But you won't actually see on the chart green, 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 red, because it's going too quick, which is why it's important to stare at the chart, basically, especially if you're going to do day trading, because the chart is only telling you what has happened, but it's lying to you. If you walked away and came back, you'd miss out on all the personality, all the reds you didn't see, all the greens you didn't see, right? And those they do inform decisions. So if you have less information, you are going to suffer accordingly, if I could sprechen the English. All right. So this looks good. So we should have some red coming up. Either way we slice this, we're going way too fast. See, we're going basically vertical compared to all of yesterday. So we're going to get brought down sooner than later. Let's put this line in the middle. Let's try to hedge. These lines are going to be kind of useless until we form a base. But there we go. Okay, and we can avoid the reds for now. But I'll just leave them up on the screen so I have a general sense. Because the problem is you can see with the lines, they distort when you zoom, right? But the lines aren't distorting. They're actually showing you. So it's good to have lines up because they will move with the chart. Whereas if in your head you have a sense of angles, well, now your angles are wrong. Now your angles are wrong, right? And so the lines help ground you just as reference points of the distortion. So generally I zoom to a certain chart level, which is about here. And this is the shape I'm used to. And so I will basically zoom to this level instinctively so that the chart's not too distorted. And then this is kind of the zoomed out version of that. And I can kind of just feel where the chart should be. But each person's different. But you got to watch because if the stock has moved too much and changed too much, you know, as you're looking like this, you might get a wrong zoom level or whatever, but the personality has changed, right? So then you try to fit the personality into what you're used to. But then when you zoom out, you realize that's a vertical wall. But you've just, you know, stretched it out so it looks normal, like say that. No, actually, that. That would be normal, right? But then you can tell something's wrong because these are way too small, right? Yeah. But that's because you're zoomed out, you know, whatever. But anyways, point being is, if you're going to do any technical analysis, get some reference lines so that you don't make mistakes and you can trust your judgment. When everything's going all over the place, you can at least fall back on a line or so. At least the drilling has stopped. Holy crap. That's why we were a little bit delayed. I was trying to adjust the audio. And it was just like, it was drilling so loud. I couldn't even think. Yeah. What about volume? Oh, the total volume? Let me check for you. Rough 56 million for now. Yeah, we're in a crappier setup today just because I didn't have time to refix the OBS after it crashed. And I was looking at moving. I got a sound booth. I was thinking of moving this to the sound booth so I can sit on a comfy chair. But then I'd have to sit beside a desk for like 6 hours. So. Yeah, the volume gauge, I'd have to put it back up. You'll get it eventually. There you go, 80 million. The volume's not super important. It's important, like volume's important. The amount of volume's not too important. It's just a speed gauge, right? So we know the speed is less than where it was yesterday or the day before. So Friday, Thursday. So that's really the major takeaway. The reason I got the sound booth is basically I do a lot of gaming and I had roommates that were really loud. So basically it keeps the sound out, which inherently keeps the sound in as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's I built it. Well, my parents helped me, but I built a lot of it myself. So it's 6 by No. 6 feet? I laid down. Is it bigger than me? Yeah. Let's say 7 or 8 feet long by 7 feet tall and about 5 feet wide. So it just fits a chair, a gaming chair, and a really tiny desk. It's more of a cockpit, if anything, which was the intent, is so I can mount things on the wall. I can have monitors wherever I want them because I built fake walls, right? And then I just filled it with rock salt, packed it in tight, and so it's sound deadening. The next step would be to put butyl lining on the outside, but I don't really want the toxic off-gassing of plastics in a bedroom. Yeah. When should you buy in? I'd wait till the 10:30 dip. If she's going to go down, she'll go down before 10:30 generally, and then that will be your low point for the day. If it keeps going, then obviously you may not want to buy in. But the 10:30 to 11 something run up is usually a good profit time. If you were to just buy at 10:30 every day and sell at 11:30 every day, you're more likely going to make money than lose money. If you just bought blindly and sold blindly, just because of how the nature of the market works, the ebb and flow of the tides, if you will. This is a pretty aggressive sell-off, but not too bad. It needs to be, again, these green lines are just reference, so they're not support or resistance. They don't mean anything, so just ignore them. The black lines, however, will be support and resistance. The bottom black line basically is the channel. So the pennant is the breakout point, right? But the bottom line as it continues upwards is technically the bottom of a channel. And the top line is also the top of a channel if the stock was to go down, and the bottom is if the stock goes up. So it does act as a, I would say, a medium support and resistance line if the stock does come right back down. Yeah, and we could, if we wanted to, just draw, well, actually, I'll just do it. You can draw a secondary black line like this and drag this out of the way and this out of the way. So let's try to get most of it. So something like that would be the channel, somewhere like that. So, but the bottom line's the real one. The top one is just artificial. So you can't count on the top one to mean anything. It just gives you guys a reference to what I'm visualizing in my head, because we know the bottom line is real. So as we travel up, you can put a buffer on it, right? Let's say a 20-cent buffer, and that's what that black line represents on the top. So if it goes up over a certain amount of up, so it gains 20 cents in more than a certain amount of time, then you're going to have a breakout because there's extra energy. And so that's what the channel is representing. And then if it goes below the black line, you've fallen below the original intent. So the original intent was a slow drift upwards, and then something has changed, and therefore the stock will be negative and potentially break down. So that's what all that is. But whenever you have a black line, you should be just putting a padding around it, or any type of support and resistance line has like a gravitational padding, a pull. Certain closeness, it will get pulled towards. Anything away from that, it gets pushed away. And then when it gets too far, it acts as a buffer. It's almost like a repelling force. And then once you break into it, then it has a pulling force. Okay, so we're slowing down. You can see the volume is in the bid and the ask underneath the last price. We're getting like 68, 10, 40. We're definitely slowing down considerably. But we do get bursts of like 1,000 in the buy category, so that's good. So no one's really selling, and then odd people are buying in here and there. Our spread is about 5 cents, and that's 8 cents. Or that's 14 cents. Woo. A lot. But we've seen worse. When we were at our heyday, our spread I think was almost 50 cents, I think. Somewhere close to that, probably on the lower end of that, so 38, 40. And that was nuts. But that's because the trading was so quick that basically there was not enough shares on the market. I mean, there was still shares. There's always shares. Well, I shouldn't say there's always, but there's generally always shares, but they're being gobbled up so quickly. It's kind of like water flow. So you're spraying water out of a hose, but if it's being gobbled up, nothing's going to touch the ground. The water's still going to keep going, but it's being consumed so quickly. And so that's what affects the spread. But the second they let off the gas pedal or let off the brakes, there'll be a surplus of shares. And off you go. It'll fix itself. So anyways, it's good to keep an eye on it just to see, like here, we're at about 10 cents, 4 cents. So it gives you a sense of, are people selling? Are people buying? How thin the market is. So we're on like okay volume and the market looks quite thin, like not ridiculously thin, but quite thin. So that speaks to a lot of the shares have been gobbled up and there's not a lot of sellers, which we're seeing about 40 to 100 share being transferred here. And we're seeing about, I would say, oh, there's a 500. We're seeing a lot more in the buy category. Yeah, so see, there was a big sell there. Well, big by normal standards, and we went down to a penny. Once that gobbled up, which it just did, now we're going to go back to a penny. 20 cents, 5. There was a big sell right there. 65, 5 cent spread. And they're still gobbling it all up. Yeah, so normally when you have a big sell-off, you'll have a surplus of shares, and then that will help bring the spread back down because the money maker or the market maker in the middle will have more shares, so it doesn't have to offer such a wide spread. Yeah, so that points to basically a lot of people taking on positions and not a lot of people are selling. And that's good. That should drive the price up. Yeah. It means the price will be a little more erratic, so we'll jump higher numbers here and there. You're not going to really see it because I'm zoomed out. But it basically adds to the erraticness, right? We used to trade on the pennies. Now we're trading on the 10 cents. That one is 12 cents, 8 cents, 7, 6. That's almost 10. That's a penny. Yeah, so we're all over the place. And as a result, it's going to cause erraticness. But that's a good sign. And it looks like we're following the second red line on the angle we're on right now. Now we're touching the black line. So as long as the black line kind of repels the green, we'll go into kind of a U shape. Or they're going to try for a W and they're just going to floor it, which this might be it. Usually the W has equal bottom to top. So the bottom to top to the middle is 2 minutes. 1 minute long red and 1 minute, I don't know, medium green. So we passed that point. We had 2 flat greens and now we're going on a red. So if we were to have green, it should have been that second green. So that speaks to us breaking down. But I don't know how strong this black line is. So this black line may push us back. But we broke it. If we don't get a pushback right now, we're going to down a few cents here. Or probably $1. It'll bring us about halfway down the green stick on the left there. The corresponding one that's being intercepted by the dotted line. We'll probably go about halfway down. So this is about a halfway retraction for our entire growth in the morning. And we're at 10:11, so it's a little early for the dip, but we could be leaning into it. We'll see how this plays out. We want green to push us over the black line to break the cycle, and we don't want to go below the stick on the left, or we're going to break down again. Yeah, so I was saying, Paul, you probably want to wait till the 10:30 dip. If it's going to go down, it will go down heading into 10:30 generally. And that's probably your best opportunity. Yeah, it's thinking about going further. After 10:30, yeah, you can do that. You may get a dead cat bounce, but if we don't break new lows, then you should be okay. Green is pushing decently today. All right. Yeah, so that's why I don't usually keep all these lines up, just because, you know, it makes a friggin' mess for you guys. But these are the helpful lines just to give me a sense of personality. If I know this is the saddest the stock gets, and this is the happiest the stock gets, and this is half sad and half happy, then at least, you know, it gives you reference to the personality just by looking at it. So while we're just letting this thing run its course, I'm going to set up OBS on my Microsoft Surface, which then I can draw directly to the screen. But I think it will overheat if it tries to to operate. Me, no, I have no money to add. I might look at taking a covered call, but especially for like 145, that's ridiculous. So, but I want to be able to get out of my position at 68 if we reach there today. So it's kind of meh. But what I could do is write the covered call for 145, use that to buy shares, and then figure out some way to balance the books so that I can lower my position but still have my my shares covered. But anyways, I'm gonna just go a little quiet while I try to click a bunch of buttons and get this bad boy to work. Because that drilling guy is gonna come back and he's gonna be loud as fuck. Oh yes, who won the horse race? In case you're wondering, that's hard alcohol. I'm gonna be like the what is it? Stone Cold Steve Austin. Just vodka in a can every day on the stocks. Although I think Trey has me beat for drinking. Although I think he stopped now, right? But originally he was taking like I think a shot of whiskey for every time the stock went up or something. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't actually drink at all. This is diet pop. If I was to drink, it'd probably fuck up my condition. So no drinking. But I mean, that's not a true stockbroker talking. True stockbroker would have rolled the odds. Yeah, you might die, but is it worth living a sheltered life? My name. This is a Wendy's. Speaking of Wendy's, an interesting thing in Ottawa. There was a mentally ill guy that worked at a Wendy's, and I don't know what happened to him, but he ended up burning the Wendy's down. So my closest Wendy's got torched about 2 years ago. He went into the freezer room and just covered it in lighter fluid, set it on fire, and then waited for the police to come. Interesting, but I haven't had Wendy's in a while since. Yeah, someone took its red stapler. Yeah. But oh well, it happens. You know, no one was hurt because he walked in and they're all like, "What the hell?" He sets the place on fire and they're all like, "What the hell?" So they just evacuated the place. But unfortunately, the Wendy's could not be saved. There were all those burgers. Although the firefighters, when they're putting it out, must have just smelt like melted plastic and burgers. It would have smelt delicious. Oh man, we have a millionaire that comes here from time to time, Paul. And Tom, that is in here as well, went from 2K to what, 20K? So he 10 times his money. So, because that's pretty decent. Honey Boo Boo's kitchen, yeah. All right. Just setting up the laptop here. Basically, yeah. You can sometimes have your dip before 10:30, but 10:30 will generally always be some form of negative downwards pressure. So you can look at 10:30 as if we're looking at a body of water and we know at 10:30 someone's going to open up the bottom plug and drain the pool, then we don't know how big the drain is going to be. So that's the rate at which the pool will drain. And we also don't know how much more new water is coming in. So we look at the pool and we see the water drop. If it doesn't drop a lot, then we know that basically the size of the hole or the rate at which it can drop when all things considered, it's a negative moment, right? So if right now we're dumping water into the pool, that 10:30 is still coming. We're still draining the swamp, taking water out of the pool, but there's so much extra water we can't see it because we're just looking at the water level. But in the background, I can guarantee you there is an exodus of money. But as you can see, it's not overwhelming the intake of water or the energy in, right? So you can see the stock markets are all red and they're going to get a little bit more, or the indexes are going to get a little more red going to 10:30. If we just take a quick look, they're probably setting up for a proper 10:30 dip. So they're having a little bit of push. So we're probably being lifted here based on whatever gave that little push. But this is going to probably roll, do its 10:30 dip. But you can see it's laying into it, right? Like it always does. Like even if we go here, 10:30, right? There's the 10:30 dip right there. So it lifted, but there's your 10:30, right? Right there. So this is your 10:30. It wasn't big enough, so you had another one at 10:40, and then that was it. Let's see if we can just keep going. 10:30, 10:30. So this is 10:30 right here. So there's your 10:30 dip, and then another one at 10:40 because that wasn't big enough. But you can see it doesn't mean anything. This took off, right? This one went up and rolled. It just means you can gauge market sentiment by using it. It's just another tool in the tool chest. So there's 10:30. So this one is right here. So it leaned into it, came out from it, and then dipped again at 10:50. Well, it started, I guess, at 10:44, but let's say that's a 10:50 dip. So that one even skipped. Oh, there's the 10:40 on the rise. So it did a 10:30, a 10:40, and a 10:50 approximately. So, anyways, point is, it's just the way the market works. So it's something you can use to judge to see what's going on. And since it usually happens, you generally don't want to be in the way of it because you'll get burned. All right, I got the laptop hooked up. Sweet. So one nice thing about stuff being on the web is that you can just connect with any device, and then you don't have to worry about wires or. That's great. Oh, I bet you I could switch from laptop, from computer, and you guys won't even know the difference, because if I set up the second stream, it won't know the difference. It's just a data input. Well, I guess you'll know the difference because it won't look as good, but yeah, let's see. It will not let me paste. What the hell? Copy. There we go. All right. So the resistance lines will be, here, let me just nuke this. Oop. So the resistance lines will be wherever there's a valley, right? So here. Well, technically it's here, but I'm going to put one here. Here. So we got tons of them, basically. Every peak and arguably every valley. But here's a rough set of them. So there's one here as well, right? But I could just, draw a million lines, right? But there's a rough setup for you. So we're bouncing off the 5523 line. I think that's what that is. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how big these price swings are. Like, we used to trade on the pennies, which is like this level of zoom. This is the zoom we used to be at. And like the stupid fucking thing takes up 90% of the screen. That's crazy. Can't believe how much has changed so quickly. Crazy. I know. When it goes up $1, our minds are blown. Not anymore. Pepper Ridge Farm remembers. Okay, it's gonna probably bitch at me because I have a second screen open. Just ignore that. Don't worry about that. Okay. Good. Holy. I'm trying to just adjust the second OBS, but it's touchscreen interface, and dragging and dropping with touchscreen is fucking hard. Ooh. Okay, let's see if I can switch over. All right, so sorry in advance if it all goes to hell, but I'm going to try to switch over to laptop and see if this works. You're going to get a little quality drop, but let's see if she works. Why, the stock's doing good. All right, I'm going to go silent for a couple of seconds while I move the microphone. All right, if you can hear me, just give me a second. I'm now in the sound booth. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can hear me yet, but just give me a second. Okay, now I got Surface Pro, so I can draw with a pen on the screen. All right, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. I'm trying to figure this out. It's not connecting for some reason. It might be working, but YouTube's telling me it hates me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't, it wouldn't take hold, so there we go. Perfect. Okay, so I'll continue to work on this during the day on slow periods. I'll get my multi-monitor setup going here, but you can probably already notice a voice quality difference because now I'm in a soundproofed room. The biggest problem with working in my living room was that the microphone would just keep swiveling out. So I actually had to hold the microphone most of the day, and it was getting really annoying. So now we can avoid that. Still not perfect, but whatevs. We lost a chunk of people, but sucks to be them. So now I'm doing all this with my hands. It's all touch. Sorry about that. It detected the pen in my hand, so it jumped the screen a good chunk. I got a presentation meeting. Sorry, I just got an email saying I have a meeting to go to. Oh, geez. Good job, Windows. So it's giving me emails from like 3 months ago. I was like, what? Stupid Windows. All right, now I can draw. Yeah, good enough. All right. There, that's a much better lemon doff. Now the only problem is I can't see the chat, but I'll fix that next. You're also going to get a little bit of background noise because this is a fresh OBS, so there's no noise cancellation built in yet. So you'll hear a lot of clacking and stuff. Okay. Surface is definitely getting a little hot. Ooh. Boiling hot, actually. So definitely something I probably can't do in the long term. But maybe we can figure something out. Okay. So, whoops. Silly laptop. Let's get a trend line going here. Okay. Perfect. And where's the chat? Right here. Let's see. Oh, I've had a Surface Pro for a while. I just don't use it because unnecessary. All right. Looks like you guys are having fun. Yeah, I saw that coming. Yeah, I saw that coming. The latest conversation on Reddit is that, and at least Facebook as well, they're trying to remind people to not invest in AMC networks. They want AMC Entertainment Holdings. Yeah. How do I scroll up? There we go. Oh my God. There we go. For some reason it hates me. Okay. So I'll let this go. I'm going to put the noise gate back on OBS. And I'll adjust this so that you guys can see the time on the bottom. Got to get used to the laptop having sticky keys. I hate it so much. Okay, that should do. Good. All right, I'm gonna leave that like that. And I'm not too quiet for you guys, I don't think. Okay, it looks like we're curving a little bit there. Let's get this microphone a little closer. There we go. Sorry for all the clicks if you can hear it. Just trying to set this up while we truck along here. The portable wank station. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh dear. Yeah, I haven't used my desk in my lair in about, I don't know, probably at least 5 months. So there's actually a healthy level of dust in here. Yeah. But I'll get her all set up because I need to start sitting on a chair. That couch is giving me the ass pains. The only problem is I can't see anything other than the drawing board here. Plus, I think this is going to murder my surface. It's about 100 degrees. So this may not be the best idea, especially for daily use. But it's nice to be able to draw on the screen at least. Yeah. Plus, I should get a little bit more aggressive in my trading now that I know I'll be off work for a while. Previously, it's like, maybe I'm going back. And right now, it doesn't look the case. So we're drifting through Lemondorf's head right now. So we're probably following the red line from earlier. All right. So while that runs its course, yeah, I got to get used to clicking once and then clicking again to stop. Where that runs its course, I'm going to try plugging the power back in the wall so I can close the door and you guys can let me know if the audio quality is awesome. So just give me a second. You might hear some banging because the noise gate's not the best. right. Now I got power. Just responding to an email here. Just give me a second. Oh, and thanks for the new subscription. My parents are conspiring to actually take apart the room I'm in right now. They're like, you got a giant sound booth in your room. Don't you want to get rid of it? And I'm like, funny story. I just moved back to it. So we're just treading sideways. Looks like we got a dome kind of shape going. Negativity is a little high. My time zone's off here. Give me a second. New York. It's like, there we go. That's much better. I was like, why are we at the end of the day here? It doesn't make any sense. So we're at 11, so we should be seeing green take off any time now. We do have a ramping up of red, which is not great. We've had negativity way stronger in the last 15 minutes. Not good, but we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, nobody can tell you when to buy, Paul, because, you know, no one has a magic ball, right? So we saw 1030. There's the dip. You could have bought at 1030 and sold at 1045. But if you're trying to figure out, you know, if I buy today, is this going to be the lowest point and it's only going to go up from here? There's nobody that can tell you that. It's a 50-50 guess. And for every guess, you know, you're half right or half wrong, right? But as it stands, we're doing a really good job of leveling out. So we're not crashing, we're just leveling out. And so that speaks that we're going to go up before we go down. Because if we were going to crash, we would have crashed, and we didn't. So it looks like, yeah, we're going to level out and then try for a push, which is decent, at least for me. All right. So we lost a good chunk of our viewers. Well, it went down to 12 people. Jeez. When I switch computers. But good. I do not have a stop loss now. And my price target for today is nothing. I don't know which way it's going to go. I'd like to see it go to 68, but it's whichever way the dice roll. Yeah, we're holding good above 53. What's this line here? 53.50. But that could all change if we don't get enough height from now to 12. We'll basically roll and fall on our sword, basically. So if we can't start seeing more green volume on the bottom of the screen, then we're going to go down, which is unfortunate, but dem the brakes. As is, poor Lemondorf's getting a free lobotomy. I forgot why I stopped using this room. It's quite nice, although it does heat up pretty quickly. I'm like, I'm soaking wet, and I'm like, oh, my surface is like radiating like 100 Celsius. And of course, it's an enclosed room. Oh yeah, I wanted to shut the door, and you can tell me if the voice sounds different. Oh, seems the door won't shut. It's gonna get a little loud. Okay, give me a second. Well, that's gonna have to do. All right. So this is the sound booth experience with your host Justin Kelly, live from Ottawa today at the Coffee House on Wellington Street. My guest today is Lemondorf, a self-pronounced wizard of lemons. Today he'll be talking about what he knows best, which is not letting things pass. His new book, This Too Shall Not Pass. We'll be going over it later in the program. So let me know how that sounded. Little demo tape for my edition. Gotta just fix this microphone. It wants to go flying. There we go. So it actually has the same problem here. It wants to turn all the time. I might have to put some sticky tack or something. Excellent. Okay, I'm just going to update the chat description. Looks like we might be getting a push soon, hopefully. All right, there we go. His coworker group chat. All right, let's take a look in a book. Okay, we're still trucking along here. So this looks like it might be going into a larger W shape. So you got a large W. If that's the case, we're looking at about 10 minutes. Yeah, so we should start seeing more of an upswing on the other side of Lemondorf's head. Oh, I moved just in time. I can hear the drilling at a distance. Excellent. I spared you. At least I won't have to worry about my hard drives frying if this... Ooh, nice push. If the vibrations are going and the hard drives are not spinning, then I don't have to worry about frying like, what, 32 terabytes worth of hard drives? Because it's enough that makes my head rattle. That means those hard drives are rattling too. Even with the anti-vibration pads on them. All right, so we're just trucking. But no heavy sell. That's good. Our spread's tightening up. Not by much. I think we're going to go into an uptrend. Yeah, red's not showing any real strength. Yeah, I think we're going to eventually get a push soon. If I take this. Yeah, exactly. So it'll probably follow this green line. Let's see. Okay. It looks like everything's going according to schedule. Not bad, not bad. Sorry for that. Just going to quickly check the market. Yeah, it's looking okay. Yeah, I think we're good. So we should continue along this green line, which, as you can see, we're currently doing so. So this doesn't hold up all the time, but it's a useful technique to basically draw trend lines based on existing slopes. And then basically, if you move them around, you'll generally find, let's say, 60% of the time, maybe 40% of the time, somewhere in there. I wouldn't say half the time. It's less or more. I really don't know where to put the number on this. You'll find that it latches onto them. Maybe it varies from stock to stock, but it basically represents that there's machinations going on in the background of money flowing in, money flowing out, or like tide on an ocean. So there's money coming in and money coming out in the background. And so that represents the line. So when all things are normal, it will follow the line. And then when people start manipulating the stock by buying, selling, freaking out, whatever, it deviates from the line. And this is also seeable by drawing trend lines over long periods of time, because as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, the effects of people become less and less and less. And then it's the effects of essentially the moon. So it's the pull of global affairs and whatever, right? The closer you get down to the wire, down to the minute, the second, that's highly affected by people. So anyways, so these trend lines don't generally work for long, especially in the minutes, but it's something to keep in mind, because once you find a certain trend line, then you can use it over and over again, because that represents what's going on in the background. And so like right now we're slowing down, but we're maintaining this angle that we've done 3 times already. So we know that the general background is a slow growth today. We're slowly pumping up, which means our red should not be as extreme. Our drops won't be as bad because they're being buffered by that slow pouring in of water. And then that's further in contrast by the markets, which are having an outflow of water. They're slowly gaining now, but they've dropped, a bit. The tide has gone out on those. So that means we're still going up regardless of the market going down per se a little bit. So that means when the market goes green, we'll probably go up a lot, right? And you saw that if you've been following this stock, we've had plenty of days where that has happened, right? Where we've had such low volume that basically the Dow controls our destiny. So there's now more people playing with the boomers and the Fox News lovers and God knows what Trey and what's his name? I guess it's Meet Kevin? No. Who was the other guy that got to go on air? They probably brought in, a good chunk of people for better or for worse. And so we got those people now in the mix. It's definitely become more mainstream. So it's not going to go back to the way it was back when we were struggling at, 8 and 5. But it will still, for the most part, continue its long-term plan, which is, let's say, 30 by December, right? So you weigh all that out. We're still heading for $30 by December. But now we got more money. We're currently double where we should be in 6 months. So you got to weigh all that out, right? It might be 40 by December now. and maybe even 50 because we are lifted. So we got that money, the new boomer money. And we have increased money because AMC has sold shares, right? They sold, what, 11 million shares and got themselves almost a billion there. It was like 800 million, depending when they sold or what level they sold at, but or price they sold at, I should say, not level. So I think the 30 price target might need to move up, but we're not going to be able to do a price target until this all settles down. Because if this doesn't settle down, then that price target's going to keep inching up. But anybody that's been following the stream, you know I'm still banking on a large course correction. And then once we have that, that will tell us where our floor is, and that will tell us where we stand after we take an arrow to the knee kind of deal. Yeah. Strangely, GME is up 8%. That dead horse won't die. Mivis is up 8% too, but Mivis took a arrow to the knee yesterday, I believe, or Friday, last trading day. So we're at 152 million, less than that, or sorry, more than that in volume. This volume on this page is delayed by about 5 minutes, I think. Takes a while for it to catch up. And we have a market cap of $28 billion. I think the last time I looked at it, we were at $41 billion. And that's when we were hitting 70s. AMC is worth 41 billion. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, our current market capitalization, I think we're worth we have $6 billion in debt, and we make $1.5 billion a year in profit, I believe. Or is it per quarter? Give me 1 second to check. And it is annually. Okay, so we make 6 billion in revenue, but we only take home about 100 million, 200 million annually. Yeah. So essentially we're looking at 20 years worth of debt at current rates to get out of the hole. So our market cap is grim. But at least now with all this cash injection, they can at least figure a way to dig out of this hole. Yeah. Man, 6 billion in debt. Who the hell loans that much money? Like, my company only makes 100 mil. Here's 6 billion. Okay. You're working at Wendy's and they give you, well, actually, I guess it's if you're working at Wendy's and they give you enough money for a house, that'd be about the same. You're getting $10 an hour, bringing home 20,000 a year tops, and they give you a loan for, 1,200,000. So 10 times your income, right? So we're bringing home 100 million. Giving us a $1 billion loan would be 10 times. So they're giving us 60 times our money. That's a lot. It's a debt load. Very high. We got, a special person in the chat today? Yeah. Sorry about there was a disconnect overkill. I was switching computers. They're doing some hardcore drilling today, so we're on laptop today. Because, yeah, they're just going to town outside. And my head was like rattling and my teeth were rattling. So anyways, that being said, Welcome back, Doctor. And we're still following this green line, which is good. We'll see how long this continues. It probably will continue maybe to 57, and then we'll probably hit a psychological line. And we have till 12 o'clock, basically, for this to play out. We go into here if all things are good. We'll see. Oop. I didn't see no... Oh, there he is. Why can't I see his name, though? I thought you were referencing he that should not be named. But I scrolled up and I didn't see anything. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Maybe he has me on the Bano-mobile, so I can't see his posts. I wonder if we go invisible if we're on his block list. Yeah, no, we can't see anything. Oh, I think my name's hallucinating. It's the ghost. Luke, $5 handies will get you far. No. No, it's not true. Yes. Firm handshake you will have. Stroketh many. Good times. The good times roll. Ooh. So, all's going well. We're slowly climbing, which is not bad. Yikes. So I'm just quickly Googling how much it would cost me to buy a new computer. So prices are pretty expensive. Man, crypto, you just ruined the industry. Ugh. Still doing good. Where the hell's the light switch? My eyes are starting to hurt from the blue light off this laptop. But I can't seem to find the switch on Z light. Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. Ah, it's good to be back. Isn't it good to be back, Master Robin? See if I can shift this microphone up here. Then I'll be like a real sound booth. I won't have the microphone to the side of my head. I'll have it right in front. Oh, okay. Shift. Ah, there we go. Oh, just punched the light. Fucking hell, this is heavy. Okay. Oh, this is... Oh, shit. I just pulled the screw out of the wall. Okay, maybe that was not a good idea. Okay, not the greatest idea. I just ripped a screw out of the shelf. Yeah. Oh, look at us attach ourselves back to that line. Oh, that's cool. So that's how trend lines work. It's not often they actually put out, if you will, like they're doing right now. But it's good that it is. You're getting to see something here today. Okay. Oh, this microphone's still... If you guys can hear me, sorry about that. The Surface just had a thermal shutdown. It got too hot and it just shut itself down because the streaming basically murdered it. All right, sorry about that. The Surface had a thermal shutdown. I was just going along and all of a sudden it just shut down. I'm like, so yeah, it was getting too hot and it just couldn't take it. So we're back on the main computer and hopefully the drilling won't be extreme. All right. All right. So yeah, sorry for all the people that were watching. Keep losing people every time I disconnect for 5 minutes. Jeez. Just hold in. I'm coming back. But maybe YouTube kicks people out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she thermal shut down. I was just like, what? Why is the mouse not working? And then it just goes black screen. And I'm like, oh, great. Well, as I said, I think it's going to keep going to around 57. After which, I don't know what it's going to try to do. We'll find out as this plays out. Well, you guys should be able to hear me. I had a thermal shutdown. I moved to a laptop, tried to do this stream from a laptop, and it overheat and shut down. So I'm back into the main living room. I just didn't want the drilling to blow my hard drives because it was pretty bad. But they seem to have stopped, probably for lunch. Those hedgies, they'll stop at nothing. It's all good. At least we're keeping the core people here. We're shaking out all the paper hands to this stream. Only the diehards are gonna remain. Oh. That's good. We keep around 30 to 40 core people, even with all the shenanigans of my computers. What are your streams based on? Oh, what is my stream going to be about once the squeeze is over? The stream's never been about the squeeze. By December, I'll probably have to figure out what I'm doing. But AMC should be a horse that keeps paying for at least, I would say, probably this time next year, at least. But it might be a set it and forget it stock. Once all this dies down. Stock runners. Yeah, I don't know what a stock runner is. Yeah. Well, I got to do something to fill the time, right? Like, there's nothing sexy about picking a winner and coming back 5 months later with $50. Like, at least with day trading, the $50 is in your pocket right away. Um, if I had all the money and the time and the health, I'd like to get the numbers up on this stream, and then I can use YouTube money to buy shares for charity, and then I can do this full time. Right now, I can do this because I'm on medical leave, but you know, it would be fun to make a job out of it. I've always enjoyed trading stocks. It doesn't bother me one bit. I don't get stressed. I can take huge losses and I don't care because, whatever, it's just money, right? So I seem aptly suited for it. And it is fun, you know, like going to a casino. But a casino's rigged for you to lose. The stock market doesn't give a shit. So there's no rigging for you to lose. It's just no one cares. And that's also, too, why I don't, just a tangent, why I don't buy into any of this Reddit bullshit. Because they're all like, oh, they're out to get you, and the cards are stacked against you, and blah, blah, blah. The market doesn't fucking care. They make their pennies on the spread. That's all they care about. You know, they don't give a shit, you know, who you are, what you do, where you go. You know, it's the same thing like, you know, the vaccines are tracking you. It's like, no, the market doesn't care. And so that's the nice thing about the market. It's not a fair playing field. It's only fair if you have millions of dollars. But they have armies of people against you, right? But sometimes they're working with you, right? So, but the market itself does not care. It just does what it does, regardless. And you either get with it or get ran over. And so, as long as you're getting with it more often than ran over, you're getting rich, right? We can all get rich together. So, unlike a casino where the house is trying to get rich, right? So, anyways, it's one of the main reasons I like the stock market. It's we can all win together, and you know, it's not adversarial, and it doesn't need to be. Even if the Reddit people are trying to make it out to be hedgies versus regular people, hedgies don't fucking care. You know, I mean, they have to now care a little bit because Reddit is irrational, but they care more about them mucking up the market versus who they are or what they're doing. It doesn't matter to them, right? They just have to be aware now that there's a risk of, you know, irrational volume and money dumping. That's all. And I'm sure they're factoring that in. You know, they're making bets that, you know, people are going to fold, or in 6 months, people are going to withdraw their money because they have to pay for that college tuition or mortgage loan that they put off, right? So as soon as the stock goes sideways for too long, it'll eventually go down because, you know, these people who used to have just hundreds of dollars to their name are going to need their money, right? Or natural greed. They're going to want to buy something. You know, Americans consume like nobody's business, and they're just going to suddenly stop, right? Especially if maybe the markets go bad and they start losing money, jobs start to go down, right? So I'm sure hedgies are weighing that out. You know, that's literally their job. So, anyways, not to go on a tangent there, but that's where I'm headed with the stream. Is I'm just gonna go do what I normally do, trade stocks, maybe trade stocks for charity, because then I'll get advertising and it'll be good. Because, you know, if I win it, then I can send it off to something, right? Buy a jungle cat or give an elephant a hat. Just random shit. Why not? So, well, you can also short sell, Paul. You don't have to sell puts. You can bet both ways. Options are just another way of betting both ways. Yeah. I don't know why I can't see Zach. Damn. No, there's two types of shorting. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm guessing Zach blocked me. Oh well. Um, so what am I saying here? Do, 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 do. Um, shit, lost my train of thought. Shorting. So shorting is the opposite of going long, and going long is normally meaning to buy a share position. Shorting, you're taking the opposite. You're selling something you don't have, and you're taking on a downwards position. You're going short, as it's called, versus going long. But if you buy a put, it's technically shorting because you're going short, but it's not shorting as most people use the term, which is to short sell, which is to do that buy and sell with shares, not with options. Because if you were going to short sell via options, the equivalency is to buy a put. So you're buying a put or you're selling a put. Whereas you're selling short means you're going to sell shares short, or you're buying long, you're going to buy shares for long term. But it gets wish-washy because if you take on a short position, you may just mean you're not going to hold that position long, right? So, and then all of a sudden the terminology gets mangled. Well, yeah, I'm not holding it long, so therefore it's short, but what's short and what's long, especially if you're buying, right? So, anyways, the qualifier is selling short because you can buy short if you're going to use some messed up parlance, right? If you're buying short, you're just holding a position for a very short time, right? Anyways, so yeah, it gets all wishy-washy. Naked shorting is illegal with shares. Naked calls and naked puts are not illegal. And short selling is not illegal, but it's sometimes restricted, especially when the stock goes down. It's what, 15%, 12%, whatever causes the SSR. We're $10 away from me getting my money out. Hooray. Yeah, I don't know. But that explains why I never saw Zach come in. He that should not be named. Yes, you need a margin account because you have to borrow those shares. You could technically short without borrowing shares. And you wouldn't need a margin account for that, I guess. But I don't know what brokerage would do that. Maybe Interactive Brokers. Maybe. I don't know. Not really. You'll find, Paul, the more aggressive you try to do the stock market, the more money you're going to lose. Generally, the people that make the most money are the people that set it and forget it and get lucky. Then it's the people who actively trade. And then the people that lose the most money are also the ones that actively trade. The set it and forget it's tend to get lucky. They either get nothing or slight gain, but they don't lose anything, right? So they get a 3% gain a year, but they didn't lose anything, right? Where the active investor, if you're not disciplined or you're getting a little too aggressive, you'll start losing like, 40% of your money, right? So 4% is still better than negative 40, right? But the set it and forget it crowd have no chance of getting better than 3%, 4%, unless the stock takes off randomly and they get super lucky. And they sell before it comes back down. So it's generally you end up netting around 40 to 60 something percent a year as an active trader. And once in a while you get lucky with, what happened with AMC here, 3 times your money, 5 times your money in 5 days. But that's a rarity for the most part. unless you have a lot of insider knowledge, which now with Wall Street bets, I'm sure there's now a whole doctrine of thought with Wall Street bets where people are lining up anything they talk about, getting in early, and then hoping they explode. Because why not, you know? If idiots want to dump money and you're in, it's just like a pyramid scheme. They're giving you their money and you ride it all the way up. As long as you're the first to leave, you get the lion's share. So what do I do in general? Basically what I'm doing on the stream. So I just set up the positions, let it ride, jump out if it doesn't go the way it's supposed to go, and just monitor. Most of the day is just monitoring. So you can do this while working a day job. You know, you just have alerts, because normally the stock doesn't travel much. It drifts up or it drifts down slightly, right? So just set up alerts, and when it breaks resistance lines, you can look at your phone, basically. Yeah. Right now, I'm on medical leave, so I'm just doing this to pay my bills and well, paid for this microphone, my TV. But now that I'm looking at some severe losses, if this doesn't go back up soon, I won't be buying much. I'll have to win all that money back, which I will. It'll just take some effort. But you don't lose until you pull the plug. And there's really no point in taking a 30% loss, especially on a stock that's going to grow, right? You just have to have patience. All right, Rick. Well, try to make sure this time it doesn't derail and take out that whole town. We're still mopping up from the last Tokyo Drift Locomotive Edition. Well, no. If I took the 30% loss, I would have to make it back. So it's not a big deal if I did take the 30% loss, but I rather not. So I'll just have patience and it will all work out in the end. So we're teetering on going down. We're basically in a wedge, which I will draw. So this is not a really good wedge because the green on the left doesn't quite fit, if you will. But this will just give us a sense of where the top and the bottom is. So hopefully we get a breakout noon, and you can see the volume is taking a dirt nap as a result, which is common. That's all good, Rudy. Yeah, definitely. And see, that's good that you thought of that, Rude. Because basically there should be a little alarm bells in the back of your head that says, we're going sideways too long, danger. And that needs to happen so that you pay attention. If not, you're just like, la, 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 sideways, thump, right? So it's good you're training that, and it's good that that fired off. That's exactly what you should be thinking right now is, okay, we're going sideways. Oof, this is not good. So that's why I drew the pennant, because I don't know exactly where the oof, it's not good line, where the breakdown would be. So I drew it so I could see how far away we were from it. Normally I don't need to draw it because it's like, oh, fuck. Oh, geez, close your eyes. But in this case, we're either going to go up or we're going to go down. We're right on each line. It's just a matter of sense. But yeah, you got the right mentality. Yeah. And actually, to your point earlier, Paul. So even though I know what's going to happen, maybe sometimes in the next 5 seconds, right? It means nothing. I can't control the market, right? So I can only say, "Oh shit, the train is coming to run me over," but I can't do anything other than potentially sometimes step out of the way, right? So even though you can maybe predict the market, you still have to make the right choices at the right time and not fuck up. And that's difficult for anyone. But knowing what's going to happen at least helps a little. But it's no silver bullet, if you will. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I would not want to do the stock market flying blind. It comes with experience. Because I know when I first started, it was like, what the fuck are these candles telling me? What am I looking at, right? How do I even do this? And it's like, oof, self-doubt, huge problems. So now here, this is interesting. We have our pennant, right? But because we have a support line going right through it, we're getting stuck on the support line. So as long as the volume doesn't ramp up, we should slide over on the support line, which means we should break out. So this is probably going to turn into a breakout. And the breakout will go to probably around 57.40. Yeah, I'm glad to help, We get trolls in here that, start shitting on me. And hype beast is a good term. But I think if given enough time, we'll slowly collect educational people. Like Tom, who's not in here with us, that guy made 10 times his money. I'm only looking at maybe almost doubling my money. So that guy who just started trading stocks, he made the right decisions over and over and over again, even better than me. And he's a rookie, as far as I know, right? And so he's now looking at like, I think he turned 2K into 20K. So, or 26K. It's like, holy crap. 10 times your money is no easy feat. And so very impressive, but he attributes that to this stream, and I attribute it to him having rock steady diamond balls, but to each their own. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm not bad. I know what I'm doing, but I still don't make, fistfuls of money because it's not that easy. And but I'm glad, you guys are applying it to your own whatever techniques, and you're getting ideas, and hopefully I'm helping with that. If not, sorry in advance. But yeah, it's better than flying blind, I guess. So here you can see we're sliding along this silly line, right? But she's not holding because the volume basically quadrupled, right? So basically to get through that black line, it's going to need a lot of volume. So you're already seeing it. It's trying. It's ramped up the volume. The volume's, gone up about 4 times to maybe even more. If you don't count that red that's 3 minutes ago, it's basically 4 or more times the greens. So now it's pushing through. Green's pushing back on 0 volume, which means red has stopped pushing. So now we're basically on a breakdown or a breakup. We're as close as it can be. I'm going to zoom in because we're on the line. Okay. So it's as close as we can get. Now we're underneath the black line. Now we're above it. Good. So that black line, was incorrect. There we go. That black line actually needed to go down a little lower. And the top line is still good. So even though we broke out, so this is actually interesting here. So originally the line's good, but then this guy here tested and got pushed back. So technically now the line gets adjusted to here. So you won't have a breakout until it basically exceeds its previousness, minus a little because it's a downward slope. So the mentality there is that you tried at this price to get out. You couldn't. Now in a pennant, you're shrinking the amount you need to escape shrinks over time. So that represents basically people's impatient, or there's a coiled spring. The energy's building. So it takes less and less and less sensitivity to explode. But we tested an area and we didn't explode. So now we know that area, if we go back into it, we won't explode. So that's why we moved the line. So the line still represents the time component is shrinking. Over time, we're getting less and less desensitized. We're becoming more sensitive. So that's why it slopes down and it's not sideways. But we have to lift it because we've tested and we know that we were unable at that point. So we're going to be unable if we try the same thing again. So we're going to have to try more, minus the time component that's declining, right? Yeah. So anyways, something to give you to think about. All right, so this should lead to a breakout. So you'll see the volume basically double if red doesn't push us back in. Okay, we got to get over this green on the left. So red's leaning into us, which is why we're not moving. But we should be in a breakout right now. So we're dumping water, but red is removing water or energy. And if red can just let go for half a second, we'll bust out and we'll get our boost. Turbo boost kit? Yes, turbo boost. Okay, so now we look at the volume. So volume shows no commitment, so red's going to be able to push us back. Okay, and they did. So we're looking for a jump in volume, like double what we're doing right now. Yeah, so there's red. Red just dropped a quarter of our volume, so they just slapped us, giving us the old pimp slap. What do the 5 fingers say to the stock? So we're still above the black line, so we can still try to boost. Now we have to get over the red. So we have to get over that whole red to get a boost now. And if we can't, then it solidifies that we can't, and we'll roll back over. So let's see if we can pull that off. Basically, anytime one candle eats another candle, you get a small boost. And then if you look at the more medium picture, we're coming out of a pennant, which should give you a large boost. But that red basically just threw an arrow or a stick in our bicycle spokes. Okay, so now we just went over. Oh, fuck you. So once we go over, if we can just hold it for like a tiny bit, then we should get the pennant boost and the going over the red boost, which any second now. Fucking red's just slapping us. It's because there's a support line here. Yeah, so basically red just keeps hitting us because it's stopping us from going over the 65-55 line. So basically we're boosting into a brick wall is what's going on right now. So we're going to bang our head against the brick wall and eventually we'll go through or collapse down. Yeah. Yeah, whenever the stock doesn't move the way it's supposed to, you just shift your eyes left and try to figure out what's going on. Chances are you're running into a support or a resistance line. You're smashing into it, and that's what's causing you to slow down. So if you don't have enough speed, a speed bump will stop you. If you have a lot of speed, you'll see hesitation as it slows you down. So it'll look like you're going good, and there'll be a slowdown like this. And so if I put a line here, these bottoms were what slowed this guy down. And this was this guy here. So basically he went over 1-2 speed bumps and got pushed back. So then we broke out, but we didn't have enough speed to get over this guy. So now we're rolling. And then we're coming back to this line, which is right about here, which is the same guy this guy is using to support. So we're in a very tiny channel. What does that all mean? Not much. But if you really care to know what's going on, that's what's going on. It just means we don't have a lot of upwards energy, so we can't blast through. But red is not hitting us with everything they got either. So it still looks positive because red's not driving us into the ground. So this is more like a consolidation day so far, which is good because we're consolidating at 17%, which, is ridiculous. Oh, we went sideways at $17. It's not the huge 100, but I can take a small 20. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. Impressive, Mr. Tom. I was giving them a lesson on your diamond balls. Yeah. See how much better the chat is when we don't have trolls attacking everyone? It's less adversarial and more cooperative. Good. Oof. That's an oversell, definitely. So it's an oversell when it blows through multiple support lines. It'll get pushed back. Either that or something changed, like Joe Biden went on a shooting spree. So when that happens, when you basically blow through like 3 or 4 support lines in a second, you want to look to the broader markets and try to figure out what's going on. So if this doesn't get pushed all the way back to at least that black line, then we got to go figure out what's going on. So let's go figure out what's going on. Yeah, it doesn't look too severe. There might be something that's going on. If it was really severe, we would see a huge red on the indexes. NASDAQ's going up, Dow's going down, and S&P's going down. So I don't know what that means. Tech is usually the high risk. So the NASDAQ is usually the high risk. And they're the first to flutter whenever there's something wrong. And then your industrials and your S&P are going to be rock steady, and they don't go down unless the economy as a whole goes down. But they also don't really go up much, which is why tech is popular. So that being said, we can now see that wasn't much. So I don't know, something spooked the market here, right? You can see, there was a turnaround, right? And I guess somebody sold on that news. So that's what happened. But you can see it doesn't matter for us. It was just somebody got spooked or hit a button that sold off, part of their portfolio. I don't know. It don't matter. All that matters is if it's, critical or not. If it's critical, then you got to get the hell out of its way because the train's out of control and everyone's going to die. If it's not critical, you just ride her out. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Biden did murder crypto. That was great. I think you should still be okay for getting escape velocity. So we just crashed like a tiny bit. Relatively, it's a large crash to our tiny trading here. So that means now all the paper hands are gone. So you should have a run now up. Because if that's the worst red can do, and we pushed it all the way back, then green's going to take over because there's no one that wants to sell, at least for the next few minutes, right? So it's commonly phrased as the pendulum swinging. So you go way off into the sell and you come flying back to the buy, and then you fly back to the sell and back you go, right? Eventually it settles down, but for the short term, it whizzes one way, whizzes another, which is why we had that huge drop after we hit 70, right? We crashed to like what, 34? So you had a huge buy, and then we basically came down to 34. Now we're going to make our way back up slowly but surely, probably with a little bit of gasoline, and then that will eventually roll and we'll level out somewhere low 30s or, you know, somewhere closer to $14 handies, somewhere in there. So we're now on the buy side of the pendulum. So at least for now. And what we want to do as traders, we want to see how much and how long each of the swings are. So if you swing to the sell, took 5 days, and you swing to the right, and it's now 4 days, and you swing to the left, and it's now 2 days, you can guess that the next time you swing to the buy, it's going to be about 1 day. So you can see the decline, right? And if they start growing, then you know something's gone wrong, because most things go to atrophy. Everything goes to zero, basically. So if all of a sudden energy is going up, something's changed, right? And now it's going to introduce randomness and craziness and whatever. Yeah. So, and you want to see how much, because when it switches from sell to buy and back and back and back, you want to see how much gains they can get. So if we're in selling day and it only goes down 1%, and we flip over to the buying day and it goes up 10%, and then we go back and they only put us down 2%, it's like, okay. So even though we were flipping back and forth on the pendulum, the other side isn't even playing, which means eventually the buyers are going to go ham and it's going to take off like a rocket because nobody wants to sell. Or the buyers will have their fill and they'll go down to zero because everything heads to zero, and the stock will just go to sleep, basically, because all the buyers and the sellers already went to sleep, and now it's turn for the buyers to burn out. And then that's when you have a stock that's super over evaluated and no one wants to sell. So we might be this stock. You'll go up way, 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 way up there. And if no one sells, you'll just hover, and then you'll slowly either gain or you'll slowly burn off. But there's no movement because it's in sleepy time. And then if you're slowly going down, it generally accelerates over time. If you're slowly going up, then it probably will level out, and then it will go down. If the buyers don't increase, it will curve and go down. So, because again, everything's trying to head to zero. Eventually, everyone takes their money out of the market. It's not true, but you know, keep that in mind. We all go, the entropy is real. Yeah. So tried to get over that line, couldn't do it, got slapped down. That's fine. But look at that volume. That's how much volume was required to get through that line. Holy crap. Ugh. You really don't want to give up the 60 or 56.50. So we have to start getting a little bit more height, or we're going to run the risk of rolling over, which that black line that's going diagonal upwards represents. So that's the bottom of our wedge, but it's also representing, if we're not slowly gaining over time, we're eventually going to get a point where we're stagnating and we're not growing enough over time, and then we're going to collapse. So right now we're above the black line because we're growing quicker than we're dying. But if that stops, then it signals the turnaround. And that, so as long as we're over the black line, we're going up faster than time. If we go below the black line, we're going slower than time, if you will. Yeah, because everything's based on time. And that's why we have slopes. Because, yeah, we're just seeing the after effects, sorry, of where the stock price was. So it's like leaving a trail in sand. And this little guy has personality. And right now, he is unhappy and needs a swift kick to the butt, which probably will require a bunch of volume. Get us up and over. I can take a look at that later if you remind me. Right now would not be a good time to look, just because we're about 10 cents away from one way or the other. But yeah, we got a good amount of people here. This is good. If you don't like YouTube bullshit, make sure to sub. If you do, well, wait till Trey comes back from heart surgery. Or MRI, sorry. Although Trey's not that bad. There's far worse on YouTube. But hopefully we can give a sober second thought here. That's the attempt. So you see the volume went up basically 2 times. So this is their push, but maybe they'll get it. They didn't really have the volume. Previously, you see how much volume they used to get over the line and they got pushed back. So now they have less volume, less money, less energy. So the odds of them staying above is low. But they also started from a higher position. The other greens started 20 cents lower. So they might be able to hold off right on the line. And if red doesn't do anything, which currently, oh, never mind, spoke too soon. I was going to say red should be fighting hard. There you go. There was a little bit of a delay on red there. Oh, red just kicked them right in the balls. They went right past where they started. Yeah. So that's the whole pendulum swings, right? So red was a little delayed there, but then it basically just came in like a truck and slapped them. Now it's the battle for 5650. Trying to get over this friggin' line. Green's giving us the middle finger below. So what likely happened there is that when we hit 57, which I bet we did, yeah, we triggered a market sell. So someone had a limit order at 57, a lot. We went up, we touched it, and then we got pushed back because there was so much dumped to the market. But then we probably got pushed back so far, the person's like, flip that over to a market sell. So all the people that didn't get triggered then dump. And then that's why you got that huge pushback, because people are like, oh, I'm finally out. I got my money out, right? Which is always the problem. After you go really high up and you go really far down, on the way up the second time, you have a lot of people selling at each of the key points. They became bag holders, right? Like I want to get out at 68 where I became a bag holder, right? So some people are 57, right? This was the same problem we had going to 14 before. I don't even know, the ETF kicked us off. I really don't know what kicked off the train wreck that just happened the last week. But yeah, 14, we hit it, we got pushed down. We hit it, we got pushed down because there were so many bag holders. And then it took I don't know, we 10 times our volume all of a sudden at 2 o'clock, and then the rest is history, basically. But we would have stayed under 14 for probably a week if we didn't get any change in volume. But wow, the moons aligned. I really don't know what kicked off that 2 o'clock, really. It was an institutional buy-in. Was it margin calls? Was it the ETF? I don't know. I'm starting to think it's the ETF, but some people have said it's not because there wasn't enough volume in the ETF. But all the meme stocks all went up pretty much at the same time. So unless there's some type of coordinated buy-in, it makes sense as an ETF because you'd buy the ETF and then that does a coordinated buy-in, right? But anyways, I guess it will stay a mystery for, the near term. But yeah, good times. We could always it's an inverted ladder attack, 360, no scope, Illuminati, Margarita, 12 gauge. That's what it was. Just start throwing shit together. You see, when it does a backflip, no scope, ollie 360 on the stock, it's just, you just can't. There's no defense. Yeah. Yeah. If I really want to bring up my viewership here, I just need to start saying random shit. Ape Nation, 360 no scope, Gorilla Gang, spaceship rocket emoji. Yeah. So we just completed a dome shape. So dome shape is kind of like a hill or whatever. So once you complete this shape, right, and you end up at the same bottom, then you generally go the other way. And the mentality of that is that red had all the chance in the world to break new lows. In this case, you can see, because I drew the support lines, it's bouncing off the black line. But even if I didn't draw the lines, you can just presume that because it stopped, there's something that stopped it, and it's generally a support line. And so now that it's been stopped, it's out of energy, or at least reduced. So that gives the buyers a chance to bounce in the opposite direction. If the buyers don't take that, they don't do anything with it, then you sure as shit gonna go down. Because this right now is going to be the candle that tells us how much energy the buyers have. And you can look at the volume and it is crickets. So that is not good. So now we got to hope that that black line is going to support us for the eventual red that's about to happen. Cricket. And here's the red. And we're going to test the line. Oh, it didn't even get there. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, it's just basic psychology. If you're not going up, you're going down. The stock can only go two ways, up or down. Sideways is quite hard for a stock. It basically wiggles. Well, it actually never really goes sideways unless there's a robot. It wiggles, and the wiggling just looks like it's going sideways, but it's going up or down. It's very hard for it to stay at a price, a fixed price. So if you show weakness going up, you're most likely going to go down. If you show weakness on the way down, you're most likely going to go up. Of course, that doesn't hold up 100%, but it's a good gauge of, I could see 1 second into the future or 1 minute into the future, right? So now the black line did not save us. So now we're in for a bit of a drop because that black line burned out or no longer has any support. So now we're going to free fall until green basically gets off their ass and pushes us back. So with the dome shape, you saw we bounced back, right? So that's usually what happens, but there's no guarantee when you bounce back, you're actually going to go anywhere. So we get the bounce back. That's what happened. And it was nothing. And so this is what happens. So yeah, so that's the difference between, I can see into the future, right? I can predict the market a little bit, but what does that, you have to be able to act on it, right? So now that you have that knowledge, you know not to buy You know, let it show you when you finish the dome, let it show you that one green before you buy, because if you don't see the green, you know it's going to friggin' nuke you, right? Now, we just went under the black line. There's a good chance we'd get pulled back, but there's no guarantee. So we did get pulled back, luckily, and you could have gambled against that because we just blew through that black line, and I expected a little bit of resistance, a little bit of fight. So you could have swung that, but you run the risk of catching knives. So essentially it's going down and you think it's going to rebound and it doesn't. So it cuts off your fingers and you get red again. Yeah. So anyways, so that's what just transpired for those that are learning with Larry here. And yeah, so now we're seeing green with a little bit of strength, but it's using the support line. Oh, that's actually a pretty good sign, actually, right there. Gapped up. But it is using the support line. So we're pushing away from the line because we can. So if we can't get any distance, it shows weakness because, yeah, it's showing green, but it's kind of artificial. We have all this support from that line, right? So if we don't manage to make any green, we're in trouble because that means, you know, red is just so powerful. If green doesn't show any distance outside of kind of the gravitational well, then it shows that green's basically not playing. They're tired or, you know, resting. So right now we're kind of on the edge. Red and green are doing nothing right now. So we pushed ourselves away from the line, which is normal. We're back to where the bounce is, right? So that kind of confirms kind of the edge of the gravitational well or the atmosphere of the planet, whatever way you want to look at it, because you can see we're hitting this thing, but we're basically frozen here. And the volume's still moving, but the stock isn't moving because there's no one playing. Now, let's see if the volume ramps up for the red. My guess is it's going to be a dead red. It's not going to have much volume. And so far, it's looking like it. So this means green took a dirt nap, but red took a bigger dirt nap. So we're going to go and play the same game with green in the driving seat, but we're just going to drive a lot slower, which isn't bad. As long as red's not in the driver's seat, we'll go up. If red takes over, then, well, you can see what happens. We take a tumble. But so far looking good. So I'm just going to pan left because I need to see the volume better. There we go. Okay. Just because the volume's gone so low. So this should rebound back to the line. So now with green sleeping, red will be able to, and red sleeping as well. So both directions should be able to run away for like a few seconds before someone reacts. So when you have, see, like that. So when you have less volume, if someone's doing something dumb, they can get away with it because there's not so many people playing. So they'll catch it, right? So you could have played that right there, but there's a delay. So when you're doing your timing and you're like, oh shit, is it going to go back? Just give it a few seconds more when you go into low volume. So there's the pushback. So now we're going to see how far it can actually push up. So again, we're like kind of in slow-mo here. So you give it a few more seconds to show us some green. If we don't see green probably in the next 10 seconds or so, then we're likely going to roll into a red. Let's see how green reacts to this. Green's not doing anything. Oh, there it is. Spoke too soon. Okay. So is that it? Can you push? Yeah, we're a little slower. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we've gone slow-mo, the opposite of plaid. I guess that's kind of good. It means we'll stabilize and we'll consolidate. You know, it's not a bad thing to have a slow day after, you know, 100% day. That's a good push. Give it a few seconds to see how red reacts. There you go. So yeah, you can see we're kind of delayed. Red slamming us back down on pretty low volume. Oh yeah, we're coming up on 1 p.m. Today's actually been pretty good. Normally it's paint dry, but yeah, we made it to 1 o'clock pretty quickly. I'll make sure to chisel that in for you, Barry. He said you can take the shares from my cold dead hands. And someone said that can be arranged. Good times. All right, so we're now testing. So we've defeated the downwards slope. So now we're testing the upwards. We're trying to get it back above it. Again, it's given us trouble. But once we get above this, then we might be looking at another push. It's a little late in the day to do a push, but the 1 o'clock crew tend to come out of nowhere. So we'll see them in the next 20 minutes. So if we can get a little bit of air, then we'll set them up for a push, and then they'll give us a go. Yep. The volume on that red is small, so green's gonna wreck it. Still low. Yeah, it's looking good. So the volume's slightly higher than the previous volumes, but that's because red and green have been fighting it out. So you can kind of divide that in half. So it's not really a full green stick. It's about half. Whereas here, you can see this is all green. There might be a little bit of red, but it's majority green. And so that's a very strong sign. Now we just wait for red to wake up and see if they're going to put it back, push us back the black line. So they pushed, but see how far they got us? We had a huge push in volume, but that was both green and red. So that's a good sign. And you can see people are now committing. Because red was unable to push us down all the way. And green basically doubled down and then doubled down again. And that's what you just saw transpire. So now we're right on the next line, which is the fabled 56-55 Eastings that we haven't been able to break through. But now that we built up our energy, if I pan back, right? So we banged against it, but this is a slow buildup. So now we should have the best chance of breaking through this line. And the volume is pitifully low, but it don't matter too much. Volume is everything, but low volume doesn't mean anything. It just, well, aside from less players, basically. That's heavy on the sell. See what green does. So that's us bouncing off the line. So normally it's a lot quicker than that, but again, we're in slow-mo. So we hit our head against the roof and then we bounce off, and that basically represents all the triggered cells and all the cell limits and all that kind of crap. People getting out at a psychological number. So every time you hit that, you want to see the severity of the bounce back. If you have no bounce back, it means buying power is so strong it just gobbled up all those people. In this case, our volume's low, so we don't have enough power to, if there's a sudden change because we triggered something, we don't have the power to stop it, right? At least not immediately. So we have to bleed the speed. We have slow brakes, basically. So if it's crashing, we can slow it down, but it's going to take, a couple of seconds. But the takeaway is that, okay, that was a one-time sell-off, right? It's not continuing. It's not growing. That's what you're always looking for. The trigger's not the problem. The red's not the problem. It's if the intention has changed. If all of a sudden they've gone mad or angry, or then all of a sudden you're in trouble. Unless if you're betting on it going up and you have a position. So that's what you're looking for when you hit like that. The severity of the retraction. And the duration. But the duration, of course, is variable. So it looks like it's over, but we're back under that silly black line, which makes sense because look at the volume. So we're going so slow that basically that line stopped us again because our volume's even less than the last time we went over it. Ah, good. So now we're over it. Now here we burned off all of our sellers for like maybe the next minute or two, 3 minutes. So we shouldn't have too much resistance going back up. And that's why this makes a power shape. So you're going up, you have a little bit of red, and then you go up again because you burned off. So here we go. You burned off all of your negative people. So if we can hold over this line, we should take off. Come on. Come on. Just ignore what we're doing, red. Go look elsewhere. It looks good. There's a commitment in volume. Yeah, I think we're going to go for a bit of a run here. Yeah, the volume got the commitment. Yeah, look at it go. Yeah, we're good to go. Woot woot. Oh, you should have came here, Emil, when we hit 70. But I'm glad you're rich, Emil. It's been a journey together. Yeah, it went nuts. Those last 5 days, we had 100% day. We went up 100% one day. That is rare as shit. Or actually, sorry, it's not rare as shit. It's rare as shit to be in one. You see them all the time, but that's with the thousands, I wouldn't say millions, thousands of companies on the stock market, right? The odds of you being in one is pretty low lottery. Yeah, it was crazy. It was actually pretty good. We had a pretty good viewership. I think it was Matt Kors and Trey both went on Fox News, um, and or Fox Business, I believe. And then yeah, they just been blowing up. Reddit's been blowing up. It settled down a little. The day after or 2 days after when it crashed, it was really dark. Everyone's just murdering each other because, they lost money or missed opportunity, blah, 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 blah. So it got real. The atmosphere got real dark. But aside from that, we're doing good. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing lemon chasers. We had to re-educate a few people. I had to send them away to Dr. Overkill's rehabilitation center. So I have a huge bet that it's going to go down to around 14. But it's leveling out. Today's been a whole level out. So I think we're going to push up, maybe flirt with like 68, 70 again, and then we'll topple. I don't know if we're going to get back to 77, but I think we're going to at least flirt somewhere in the 60s and possibly even today. So, but I'm still betting on a massive crash. Now, we consolidated, so we may be able to hold at least, unless there's nothing going wrong with the market. Like as long as the markets don't go blood red, we might be able to hold in the 50s because we've consolidated here for a bit. Like if I zoom out, right? So we have a huge consolidation here, right? And we have time here, spent some time here, right? We consolidated a little higher. Now, this doesn't really count because this was just the curve before the crash, right? And this is your dead cat, essentially. But you see, they went up to the same level. So if it goes up to the same level, then the next time you go up, your chances are you can break it, right? Because it just makes a giant W, right? So this was expected. We went up, there's the crash, right? That was expected. This was a little unexpected. I expected maybe half, but it went back 100% basically. So I'm expecting we're going to travel back down to 39 again after maybe another trip that may even exceed these guys. It depends on how fast we get up there. You know, there's people betting on like 145. Like I can't even show that. Yeah, like it's way up here, you know. You know how long it took us to get to 14? Like, oh my God. But anyways, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, but it's looking positive for sure. Like this is all looking good. We're trending upwards slowly. So there's no real heavy negativity, which is good. So that's looking good. Yeah, the volume picked up for sure. You can see it on the bottom. We went from like ultra sleepy Joe to decent volume. The volume's still low compared to this morning. You can see the volume on the bottom here. So it's still low, but it's definitely higher than the last 20 minutes. Yeah. Sweet. Well, Trey was going for an MRI. I don't know if he's going for heart surgery. I accidentally misspoke earlier, but someone said he was going for an MRI. Ooh, look at that volume. Girl, look at that volume. The stock works out. Today, the highest is in the bottom right corner. So the highest we hit was 59.68 today. And the lowest we hit today is 51.50, which is a very good sign. Our lows were low, and we're now attempting to break new highs. So that black line basically represents the high for today. Oh, well, that sucks. Open heart surgery. Although I don't know if you can do closed heart surgery. Is that even possible? Yeah, I guess you could do closed heart surgery. You just send something down your veins. But open heart is, the heart muscle's easy to, it's in a cavity. It's actually beneficial to have it at access. Still, I wouldn't want to be staring down the barrel of that gun, eh? Oh my God. Yeah, we're just going to put you under. You may or may not wake up. Oh God. I would not. I dread the day I have to go through that. Ugh. So my best of condolences and luck to Trey. You might be a psychotic Redditor or YouTuber, I should say, but no one should be staring down the barrel of that gun. Definitely. Yeah. No good. So we made it. We're getting pulled back down. At least two, if he has his surgery, it should at least fix whatever problem he has. So he probably has a defect that's been rolling the dice. And now at least it will be, fixed. So his risk of just randomly collapsing and dying will go down the drain, which is great. Yeah. And heart issues are nothing like they used to be. Now they can do what? Like quadruple bypass? Like basically take out the whole heart and reroute it. And it's like, oh my God. Like you can really trash your heart these days and they'll still bring you back. So it's not as scary as it used to be. So it must be hereditary. Yeah. Yeah. Eventually I'll be somebody's dad. Someone will be like, oh, his dad died. I don't want to be in that story. I don't want to be that dad. I got my own health issues to deal with. They're not serious. They're just a pain in the ass. But yeah, I would not want to be on that receiving end of that. So we're trying for a power shape. So green up, 2 reds down, and we're going for another green to bust out. A little odd place for a power shape, but it makes sense considering the change in volume. If it doesn't work out, it'll turn into a pennant. So we just give it 2 more minutes and we'll have a pennant, enough markers, if you will, candles, crayons, to draw a pennant shape. Right now it's a little too early to call it. Oof. Low volume breakout, so it's going to get pushed back. Yeah. You can't go over a support and resistance line with 0 volume. I can almost guarantee I'll get pushed back. There's only a few times where low volume gets you over the line and then somebody dumps the volume to solidify it. So there is a chance, but realistically you would have gotten pushed back and then the next guy with the huge volume would have got you over again. And that might even have happened. You just don't see it on the chart because you're not getting enough updates, right? But you almost never go over a support line on low volume and get away with it, or get any distance for that matter. The more distance you get, the greater you probably will get thrown back. So it's risky, but you can play those pretty certain. Yeah. Which is probably why they get pushed back so often, because people know they're a good call. So they let red expend their energy, then they dump money bringing it back, and then other people pile in, and whoever does it the first gets the most money. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's probably why that happens, actually. And also because red has expended all their energy, they're essentially stopped. So it takes nothing for green to basically push the other way, right? Or vice versa. If you're going up and green runs out of energy, it takes very little red to drop you. Yeah. All the same, in the wash. Jesus, good times. That might disqualify you too from being a pilot. You might want to look into that. You can't be a pilot if you have the potential of dying mid-flight. Oh, it's not me. Oh, you're just quoting it. Oh, you're quoting. I'm, yeah. Okay. 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 Sorry. I'm negative 22% right now, unrealized. I'm in at 68. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So they patched up his heart and then his heart's basically the patch is falling apart, and that's fine. And he's operating at 50% of capacity, so that's not too bad. And then the monitor is just because they want to track to see if it's electrical or if it's a mechanical problem or whatever, rather than exploratory surgery, because that's never a good idea. Let's just poke around and see what comes up as you're bleeding out on the table. The less cutting, the better. And the shortest cutting, it's better. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it doesn't look that bad. Still a little scary, but yeah, that's pretty normal. So no heart blow-ups. That's why he did the MRI. But man, you shouldn't be a stockbroker if you have a weak heart. Like, especially if you're high energy. The ups and downs, the roller coasters, the stress. Oh my God. Like rolling the dice. I mean, it kills people that have good hearts, you know, physically and mentally. Yeah, give him credit. Guys, he's a fighter, I guess. We're going to see if we can push out. Yeah, I think that's the case. Well, that's why we started this stream, because I'm going to trade stocks regardless. And it's just good to have some company. Got an exclusive Gucci club. No crayon eaters allowed. And if you bring crayons, make sure you have enough to share with everyone. All right. That is an over push. You can see it stopped, and then it was like, gah, 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 trying to get, see, it's trying. So red is probably going to slap this hard. Oh, this is our 1 o'clock stoner push. Never mind, I take that back. So normally red would slap that hard because it's just coming out of nowhere, but it's 1 o'clock. So then that makes sense. This is a coordinated buy time, basically. I don't know who buys at 1 o'clock, but they try. So there's the slap on weakness, but we should still have some green left in the tank. Yep. Look at the volume. Green and red are duking it out. And green should slap this right off. Yeah. So if you're reading the chart like I am, you're looking at the movement and then you're looking at the volume. So when it moves every second, you're trying to see how much new volume is added relatively. And so right now red is pushing, but you see they're not even moving the volume stick, right? So that means green did the majority of the up and red is barely pushing down, which means green can come back and just slap all of this away. Yeah. So that's good news because we're very close to another breakout. So if we get over this guy here, and this guy here will be next. So we'll get over him, we'll get a boost. We'll go over this guy and get a boost. And then we'll smack our head against the ceiling here. And then, where's our next? Why, that just runs its course. Where's our next? So this one actually is a little higher here. Oh, I see. I based it off of these guys. Now, there's a few resistance lines in here. So there's this guy. And if you have like a bigger setup, it's good to have the chart really wide because then you can see, using the last price line, you can look to your left and you can see it go up if you had it super horizontal. Now where's the other one here? Okay. So this guy. Okay, where's my money? Oh, my money's way up here. I'm up here, 68. Oh my God, did I buy very peak? Pretty much. Oh my Lord. I bought like right up here. Damn. Okay. So I don't think we'll climb up here, but never say never. So at least we're prepared. These are just rough estimates because I don't want to zoom in. Plus, it doesn't friggin' matter that much. They're just guidelines. Okay, where are we? Scroll, scroll, scroll your boat. Okay. Okay, so we're bouncing off. Not with this volume. So if a hedgie or a person that was taking a short position had to cover, then you would see them generally buy back in silently so that they can get the best price. So you wouldn't see, you'd see a lift of the volume or the ferocity, but there wouldn't be any sudden spikes. So sudden spikes are timed buys, timed market buys. So it's either a change in news or somebody just dumped a bunch of money. Sometimes that could be a margin call, but a margin call would generally be a lot of money. So you would have a green that would just fly off the screen, kind of like we saw just before the run up. But it's possible. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, slightly before each of those is a time for margin calls. Usually it's 2 o'clock, so it's like 1:58. You'll see a spike. You know, some people close. Some of them are closed after the market, so they sell them off in the aftermarket. It all depends on the brokerage. Yeah. Plus, if you get a margin call, that's one thing. If you get margin called ED, then you're screwed. So they might issue the call after hours, and then they execute it the next day or 2 days later at 2 o'clock if you don't pay up. It all depends on their, I guess, risk tolerance, how nice they want to be to you, or how much they allow you to fuck up, I guess. The fuckery constant. Now, if you're going to see hedgies covering their shorts, that would have been on that run up when we had a 100% day. There's no way we went up that way without some short covering. But it could have been the medium fishes and maybe some large fish, but it's not the whales. Because obviously you're looking at the SEC filings, and it doesn't look like we've had whale coverage, I guess. Covering. I don't know how to say that. There was a reduction in short interest, but that makes sense. And now I think on the way down, there was an increase in short interest because you don't short on the way up, you short on the way down. So if it's going through the roof, what are you going to do? Stand in front of the train? No, you let the train go by and then you bet on it on the way down. You ride it on the way up, presumably, right? So, anyways, point being is there was a lot of FOMO, but there's got to be some short coverage in that 100% day. We went up 30, 50, 100. There's people that they're burned out. We went up to 70. So we've murdered everybody that's 40 and less, let's say. They're gone because so anyone that's basically held any short shares since the dawn of this company has basically gotten toast, right? They've taken 100% losses or higher. So I would say we've cleaned out pretty much all the mediums, the people that can't hold on because they don't have Citadel's bank accounts, right? And then they would pile back in on the way down. So now when we go back up again, we can squeeze them again, or at least, you know, the people that got in. But I think we cleared out all the old shorts. So anybody that was betting on this company pre-January, they're all gone. They can't be, unless they're Citadel or Vanguard or whoever, and they're going to take incredible losses. And so they're just holding on for dear life, basically. But when can we push them out? It's basically a game of chicken. So they can hold on for about, you know, a year if they made no more money, essentially. They can just take the losses for a whole year. But that's not factoring in that they may not be taking losses because they might have their own shares that they're borrowing from themselves. And so they don't actually owe anybody money. So there's a whole bunch of ways you can finagle this, right? So you can't squeeze them out if they're not, you know, impatient. So yeah, it's too hard to tell. When it happens, we'll know. And it'll probably look like another 100% day, but it'll just go up a lot faster. But we'll see. Yeah, this looks like a mini crown, which means we run the risk of crashing down to 56, 54, 56.54. Yeah. But this is because we're going up. We got pushed down. We went up. We got pushed down. So we'll a try for another up. If we can't do it, then we're going down, which is essentially the crown shape. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. You guys do you. I'm happy you guys are making money. I'm just here giving out a free education and you guys are entertaining me. So we all win, potentially. All I got to do now is try to extend my reach so we can get more level-headed thinking apes and less retarded primates. You know? Oof. Is right now you got 2,000 to 6,000 people watching the other big three, if you will, and they're just getting garbage soup every friggin' day. And it's like, how? I mean, if you're there for the entertainment, maybe, but how is this helpful to your bank account, right? Like, man, I don't know. I don't get it. So, well, I'm shorting this technically. Um, I have a put for when it goes down. You can think of it as insurance, but I just play the stock market the way it rolls, right? I don't buy into the sense that there's a movement or, you know, sticking it to the man. The market doesn't care. Actually, the market does care if you scare it. So if you do something radical, you might spook the market, but it doesn't ultimately care unless you start, like, you know, throwing fire bombs outside of Wall Street headquarters. Then the market might freak out because it thinks there's going to be a giant riot or something. Um, but yeah, other than that, it doesn't care. Cool off periods are usually about 3 times the length of the warm up period. So we went up in a week. So we'll have about 3 weeks of cool down. So they're basically the remainder of this month will probably be muted if we don't rapidly come back. So if we don't take off to 70 in the next 2 days or so, then we're basically going to look at a coasting period. So we dodged the first one. So we crashed that day I bought at 68 and we went down to 34, but we came back 100%. So that basically wipes that out. If we didn't, then we would have spent probably whatever that period of time is, let's say half a day, we would have spent 3-4 days recovering from that crash, if we even recover. But because we came back 100%, we're in a positive swing again. We basically nullified the crash and all of its negativity. So I think we're still growing. So I'm going to give us, 3 more weeks of floating upwards ish. Whether or not we're going to have a drop in there, I don't know. But we're definitely positive. We haven't gone negative yet. So I don't know. It's not looking good for my put for sure. Yeah, the crown shape doesn't, if you didn't fall down, then we're out of the crown shape, yes. Now we're basically in the pennant still. So that should lead to a breakout real soon. Yeah. But yeah, it had a chance to break down and it didn't take it. So basically, it's going to muster the courage to try to break up. Yeah, a pennant or a wedge. Yeah, a wedge has a flat bottom. So yeah, it's basically a wedge. But you can see the bottom is not exactly flat. But we're on a support line, so hit or miss. The support line will act as a flat bottom, but it's not exactly guaranteed with a pennant. A pennant needs to actually have declining bottoms and declining tops. So that was us breaking over the support line, but that might not be us breaking out of the pennant shape, which is why it didn't go nuts. But you can see the volume, eh? Crazy volume. Now, if it keeps going, we're going to have both lines executing at the same time. So that should give us a good breakout. And let's see the volume. We need a commitment on the volume, or this will get slapped right back down. So we burned out all the red, and we're pushing back. No commitment on the volume, though. But we might make it because red's basically been burned out. So they're not going to put up any fight. So it's just up to green to pile in and get as much height as possible before red wakes up. And we should probably get another minute, maybe 30 seconds of growth. Come on, little tiger. Okay, so red should be waking up soon. Oh, Jesus. It's like clockwork. Now, where's the big red that's lurking under the surface? It's going to wreck this green. Oh, green's trying. It's going to be a big red that's just going to punch this. Unless we see a huge increase in volume. His price action doesn't correspond directly to volume. They're independent. You can go up with like 4 people, 4 shares, if you're just willing to pay, out the ass. But if there's a lot of people that are wanting to sell, the price won't move because you need more volume to eat up the sell walls, if you will. And that's where you get support and resistance from. They basically block you from going up or down. But it doesn't mean that they're always going to be there. And it doesn't mean that, one person with a lot of money or a whole bunch of people with a little money can't move the stock. And then they don't need a lot of volume, especially when there's no resistance or support in their way. They just have to be willing to pay out the ass for shares. I say trades. Yeah, I'm a say trader. I say what I'm trading. Oh, this is good. If it goes over the green on the left, it should break out. There you go. Now it's going to commit to that black line probably. So red basically did not put up a fight. So green is now going to take a run. You hit that black line, red should wake up though. Because that's essentially bordering on 60. And that was a previous support line. So now you can see hesitation and weakness as we get close to that line, right? So it's like, again, we're just drawing random shitty lines everywhere. So we don't know if they're real. I mean, I know they're kind of real, but the market will tell us. And right now it's telling us that You know, we tried to get close to that line, or this line needs to move down. It probably needs to move down. Because I basically just did these in the dark. So we'll see with this green, if it shows hesitation, then my previous line was probably right. Yeah, my previous line was right. So there's exactly the point. So usually where it stops and hesitates is where the line is. And so it's uncovering those lines for you, or telling you that what you drew was right or wrong. Because that's basically what we're doing. The market is already set. You know, the balls are rolling. The game will be played. If we went forward in time, got the numbers, and rolled back in time, the same things would happen. Everything would play out the same way every time. Because aside from you, there's no new stimulus, right? The market would play the exact same way as long as you didn't do anything to change, you know, the variables with your new future knowledge. So what that means is that you're uncovering the market. So the market is going to play out, you know, a million years from now. All of that is predestined. So we're just trying to uncover it because we're seeing it as it happens, but it's all destined basically. And so these lines are all known, they all exist, and then the market will tell you. So hindsight's 2020. If we look back, we can go through the chart and say, "Oh, that's why. That's why. That's why." But when we're on the edge, we can't do that because, well, we try to do that, and that's really the whole game. But the point I'm trying to make is that if what you're doing doesn't line up with what the market is saying, you're wrong, because whatever the market is saying is right. So it doesn't make sense and it's weird or something's not right. It doesn't friggin' matter. The market is always right. Whatever it's doing is right, and you are wrong. So you have to adjust as quickly as possible to the new information that the market is telling you. If you're always wrong and the market is always telling you something you didn't think, probably not a good time to be trading. And I have days like that sometimes, like when we went ape shit the other week, right? But anyways, just a small PSA on stock trading. Yeah. Just keep it in mind. So it looks like that line is right. If not, it can maybe be moved down just a tiny bit, probably to 59.30 instead of 33. It's possible this is the edge of the 59.50. So this could be the gravitational edge, the asteroid belt of 59.50. But that's technically a support line as well. Just like that 59.81 is probably the other side. So I don't have a support line for 59.50, but I have two, one above and below, and that's probably the two sides of 59.50, I bet. But we'll see. As we go up, if we hesitate at 59.50, then that proves what I'm just saying. And then we'll hesitate again at 81, and then we'll launch. Now, I don't know about 60. 60 should be a psychological number, but when I was drawing those lines, there was no hold up at 60. So we will see. All right, while this runs its course, I'm going to shove some food in my face, and I will be right back, my fellow degenerates. Please subscribe, bring in your friends. I promise to bore them to death, but you'll at least generally make money, I hope. All right. Lost 10 people. Yeah, I just made an egg burrito. And just needed something. I was falling asleep here. Let's see if it follows that trend line. Yeah, so it's still looking pretty good. A lot of positivity. Volume's low, but if the volume wants to be high, it would have been high. So everyone's just taking a break, which is good. No sellers, slow, methodical growth, solid consolidation. All right. Egg burrito defeated. A new challenger approaches. I may have spoke too soon. It comes back. Egg burrito wins. Yeah, I've been having a craving for roast beef. I don't know what I can smell, but there's something that smells like roast beef every day here. Like somebody's got to be cooking it and it's seeping in from the hallway or something. Because, yeah, around dinner time, all I can smell is roast beef. And I'm like, either I'm craving iron or something, or somebody's cooking it. Yeah. I haven't had a good roast in a while. Curse my health. Can't wait to get back to eating hardcore. All right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Holly. I just didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, it's Barbecue Gentlemen's Club. Yeah, Ottawa's finally getting some good good barbecue places. Yeah, that's exactly it, backstop. He just had all this pent up memes. I should update that link. So we're just watching it go up while I find a link. Okay, there we go. Updated the link. The world's in order. So I'm going to shift this trend line over just because the red kind of pushed it, but I think we're still following it. So this is kind of akin to a car driving a certain direction, and then you get wind, which is the red, which basically pushes it sideways. But it's still going to continue once the red kind of buggers off. It'll keep continuing. I'll see if that's correct. Well, 60 is not too far away. Generally, you don't make new highs in the afternoon. So 59.68. So we're about 10 off the high. Or sorry, 10. We're $1 off the high, basically. Which is not that far away, considering our velocity, if you will. Now, if we could hit a new high by about, let's say, 2 o'clock, then we might even get a last-minute push at the end of the day to try to drive us up. And then that will set us off for a good Tuesday. Because as long as the momentum is there, people are going to FOMO, right? So we have to convince them that it's not going to go down anymore. They need to quadruple their position on the upswing, blah, blah, blah. And then that will drive the price up, and my put will get less sad. Yeah, that's the second stage of grief, bartering. Followed by anger. Damn it, why won't it go to 60? Or actually, no. Is it bartering after you get angry? Denial. Yeah, it might be denial, anger, bartering. Now I got to look it up again. Yeah, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. I couldn't figure out. So it's depression that comes after the bargaining. So, yeah. Look at us follow that trend line. Like I know what I'm doing sometimes. 40% of the time or so, it'll follow that line. I could just give a rough estimate. But that's a good sign. If we're latched onto the line or doing better, we do too much better, we have a risk of getting slapped by the reds. But if we follow the line exactly, then we should continue strong. So that's us getting slapped by the 59.33, possibly the 59.50. Since who knows? They're kind of close to each other. And there's the bounce off the line, low volume, push back, crushed it. Red's gonna try again. And green answers with, ouch, just dropped a screwdriver on my leg. No, green's getting hit here. Come on, green volume. You got to hold literally the line. There we go. So as long as this doesn't get any bigger, that's fine. Green's going to basically reattach to the line. It's better if we stayed over the black line, but this green will tell us, yeah, there we go. Green's going to put us right back. This is also a power shape. So if we're not looking at the diagonal and we just look at the horizontal, you have green, red, red, green. So if this can get over this black line, we should get a boost, which should happen now. And if we get a second boost when we go over the red line. Oh, red slapped us. You should still have energy though. Oof, red slapping us pretty hard. No volume commitment on the slap though. So that means we should be able to come right back. So that's more like green just let off the gas and then red hits the brakes, but green didn't do anything to stop it. So it looks big, but there's no volume commitment to it. So all green has to do is put their foot back on the gas pedal and we would go up. Stupid red. There we go. All right. So now we just need a few more cents. And we're going up. Just got to get over that red to the left there. So we'll get a boost when we go over the green, which will probably help us get over these two black lines that are giving us trouble right now. We basically have two speed bumps really close to each other. So it's going to require heavy volume to get through. The green on the left, though, of us should give us a boost if we can just get over the second black line. If red doesn't slap us right away, then that should get us over the 3 away red. And then we'll go up. So this is still a good position to be in, because all those tops equal boost. You just have to stay from breaking down. Well, you can tell by the title and the description that I don't buy into too much of the bullshit. It's interesting, some of the stuff, but like the latest one that's my favorite is the lady from MSNBC. or CNBC. She basically talked about short selling, and everyone reacted like, ugh, like, let's not talk about it. And so Reddit takes it as admission that there's some nefarious Illuminati background thing. And it's like the absence of evidence is now all of a sudden evidence that it exists. And it's like, oh, okay. So by that standard, the fact we haven't found aliens means there is aliens. Like, oh my lord. So, you know, they're reading way too much into everything. They start with the truth and then they go off on a tangent. So I do like reading some of it. I like keeping apprised, but most of it's just garbage. Like half the shit that comes out of Matt Kors is just like he's reading garbage and spreading garbage, and then the garbage makes more garbage. And then you point to the garbage and say, well, look, A equals B equals C because there it is. Yeah, but that's because A made B and B made C, but it's still shit at the beginning and it's shit at the end, right? Just because you made more of it doesn't make it valid. And so that's kind of where I distance myself from all of that. So yeah, it's it's messy, it's hype, people like it, it's entertaining. I get it, but it's not going to make you a better stockbroker if that's what you're trying to do here. If you're just throwing money and hoping it sticks, at least you picked a good stock. Unlike all those GME folks, a lot of them are still big holders at 400, right? So you're getting lucky at least. But if you want to be able to do this again in the future, then, that kind of garbage just rots your brain. And if you start believing it, you're going to start making really dumb decisions. And then that's going to cost you thousands upon thousands of dollars as you quickly learn that the market doesn't give a shit, that you're passionate about the theater. If the theater doesn't make it, it's not going to make it, no matter how much you want it to make it. Yeah. So, anyways, that's where we kind of stand with all this news and crap. Yeah. Well, it's a signal for my stock. Boom, boom. Looks like my stocks are rising. I'm a day trader on the streets and a hedgie in the sheets. All right, so we're just testing this line, but so far we haven't broke new lows, so that's good. We're just taking our dear sweet time to get through 59.33 or 59.50, something of the sort. Yeah, I wonder though if Aaron definitely wore shorts purposely. I'm sure that was intentional, but yeah, so naked shorts are banned because they did crash the market. That's what 2008 was all about. And so they're illegal. And to say that they're all just doing it anyways, even though it's illegal, is foolish. Yes, there's people that commit crimes, but 99% of all the people doing trades aren't criminals. Because if they got caught, they would lose their trillions of dollars. Like, why the fuck would they risk it to get bailed? Or sorry, not bailed, to get fined, kicked off the market, and lose their trillions in holdings. They make more money doing other dastardly things that are legal, but nefarious. So it doesn't make any sense that these companies would risk trillions in assets over something as stupid as, naked shorting. And obviously people did it when it was legal and they crashed the market as a result, but they also lied about what they were shorting. And that's really what caused the problem. So people had assets that weren't right. And they basically, if I'm getting my crash correct, They basically were betting with money they didn't have, and the money they thought they had was incorrect amounts because the objects they had backing up their assets were invalid, basically. So, yeah. Well, if you naked short and it's not malicious, you'll get a fine, right? But there's a difference, right? It's like let's say you're a professional racer, car racer. I don't know much about it, but let's say you are, or actually sports. You're playing sports, right? You're playing sports and you happen to do something that's illegal. You get a fine, right? You're not kicked out of the game. It wasn't intentional. You did something wrong. They fined you. It's identical to that. But if you go to the game and start shooting up the place and tell everybody how you want to murder all the people that you see, they're going to do a lot more than just fine you, right? So if you do it with a criminal intent, they're going to come down like a ton of bricks, right? So these guys use robots all the time, and they move the books and they cook the books, and sometimes they cook them wrong, right? And then when they get caught, they get fined. But when they cook the books because they're going to commit criminal acts, they're going to go to jail and they're going to get huge fines, lose the whole company, get liquefied. But they don't do that because at that point, they're committing crimes. And there's a whole bunch of systems that will catch them. There's compliance officers, there's internal audits, there's tons that will nail them to a cross if they go down that road. Unless they're like a two-person company and they both agree to be criminals, right? But something the size of Citadel or Vanguard, they wouldn't even risk it. If people found out they were criminal, they'd pull all their money. They'd lose trillions, right? So it's very foolish to think that they're off, purposely committing crimes. They'll get caught for crimes, yes, but it's generally robots or they misplace a zero or they thought they did something and they didn't, and therefore they were invalid. But it's all just technical crap. It's fines because they're playing too close to the edge and they fucked up. But I hardly think there's anything malicious, at least from the big people. The mediums, well, you saw with that Huang guy, right? And there's criminal acts all the time. People think they can get away with it and they get burned and they lose everything, right? Or they go to jail or whatever, right? And that happens all the time. But that's a whole different boat, right? But I can't see the big fish getting away with it. And if they do a crime like that, it tends to be somebody on the inside, and then basically they get nailed. They turn their gaze upon themselves, and they go, "Oh, well, Billy here has been doing illegal stuff all this time. Shit." And then they have to put policy to catch the person. Now, part of that could be, well, Billy got caught, so we throw him under the bus. That can be true, and you saw that with the Lehman Brothers, and I think even who else was it? Oh, it's one of the big guys. J.P. Morgan? No. Lehman? I think it's the Lehman Brothers. So they got nailed with the mislabeled assets that caused, I think, the 2008 crash. So, they were lying to people or misrepresenting. So they were basically getting as close as they could to fraud without being fraud. And as a result, they basically destabilized the market because they were lying to everyone. And then they're like, whoopsie. And it's like, no, not whoopsie. And so basically they said, oh, well, buyer beware. It's your fault for not looking hard enough. And then, yeah, as a result, they got kicked in the balls and then they got bailed out. But anyways, yeah, that's then that gets political. But anyways, I don't buy into the bigger party. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's not a sexy story and it doesn't sell and it doesn't get hype going, but the world is never as nefarious as people make it out to be. Just partly because it's not possible. It's been proven time and time again with psychology that You can't have, I think it's more than 8 people in on a secret without somebody leaking it. It just doesn't work. And so somehow a body of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are all going to be in on the same lie, and somehow it'll never get out ever. The odds are incredibly to zero. And then the idea that, like the prisoner dilemma, that when faced with an all or nothing, that everyone's just going to sit out and do nothing and just let it ride and do nothing when the benefit is to take the object before anyone else. That's also stupid. It's been shown humans, animals, everything. Basically, when it's faced with death or survival, it chooses survival, and it may throw somebody under the bus. So when you're faced with losing all your money or getting rich, what? You're just going to give your money to someone else because he earned it? No, you're going to pull the trigger first, right? Now, of course, there's exceptions for the rule. People that jump in front of bullets, people that will sacrifice themselves for other people. But the vast majority of humans are primitive. And so it's not fair to base that all of a sudden there's going to be crazy coordination, that everyone's going to work together, and there's a giant plot that everyone's in on but you, and it's a giant secret that everyone knows. None of that makes any sense by any stretch of the matter. So that is my long-winded response to why I don't buy any of the bullshit. But it's neat to see what they come up with. They're very creative. And some of it's like, ugh, this is cool. You know, like the idea of ladder attacks. It definitely is a thing. It's doable. But they ignore the fact that these people are losing gazillions of dollars to do the ladder attack. If you want to wash your money back and forth, it's going to cost you a lot of money. And there's no guarantee it would work, right? But they overlook that. They just say, oh, it's a ladder attack. Well, okay. But, you know, that's far more effective. Someone just bailed on a breakdown. That's more scary than, you know, silly 1 penny drops over the course of a day. Ooh. Oh, that looks like the rest of the market. Yep. It looks like something's going on. Somebody was talking. Did Biden wake up? Oh, God, somebody take the mic away from him. It's not too bad. Just a little spook. Yeah, everyone got spooked. Yeah, so that means it's not us. It's the something in the market spooked, which means we should come back, no problem. Yeah. Oh. So Jimmy's probably talking about Canada. And in response to you, Trent, you may think I'm naive, and you're right. There's lots of criminality that permeates American society, but it's nothing like Latin America or, you know, Soviet Russia or, well, China before they had control. You know, it's, yeah, it exists. It exists in every country, but it's not to the extent where the country is so rotten that it's unsavable. You know, that's the narrative that gets pushed, but America has an amazing body of laws, may have a fucked up political system, but the institutions like the FBI, CIA, all the different bodies that make up the government, you know, are incredible compared to, you know, other countries, and what they can do and how they stay together. They don't fall apart. even if the political climate is garbage, they still manage to function, is a testament to how good they are. And yeah, you can find flaws in all of them, but it's hardly to say America is rotten from the ground up, and it's nothing but criminality and evil black market trades. I don't even know what to describe it as, right? This isn't like Mexico politics. You're not worrying about who's bought out by what drug dealer, you know, although you could be bought out by some pharmaceutical company, but he's a legal drug dealer. But, you know, and there's lobbying and there's all that in the US, and there it is in other countries as well, right? But it's hardly rotten. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, I'm generally not wrong. I just may not articulate to a level that is understandable or agreeable. um, but yeah, the U.S. is a different an interesting conundrum. You have the most freest country in the world, if you will, but the concept of freedom is so much so that you can be racist, violent, aggressive, shit on someone's lawn. It's like, because that's your personal freedom, right? But you're so free, you can remove the freedoms of other people. And that causes, like, I would say 80% of the headaches I know of in the US. It's like, yeah. So, anyways, we're crashing here while talking. So we're breaking support lines with higher volume. Nasty. Hopefully this baby turns around. So this is starting to look more like us. So everyone else is going down, but maybe it is a market wide. We're just reacting heavily to it. Yeah. Did they just announce longer COVID restrictions or something? So whenever you see something like that, it's generally news related. And so you go and verify. So that was an oversell. We pushed back, but we kept going. So that's a good indication that there was some type of news, some type of change, and it scared the market, spooked it. So generally that will continue for a little bit, and then we'll see our response if we are going to push back or we're going to take it. And that's what we're going to see now. I wouldn't hop in. I think we're going to push back, but I don't think we're done yet on the sell because these guys haven't turned green. So if these start to turn green, then I'd get in because whatever, okay, that one's better because whatever happened, oh, okay, maybe, yeah, maybe getting in. I'd like to see the Dow a little bit more green though. Yeah. So maybe even buy this dip if it happens. Or if it goes over that green, I'd buy in because we'll probably go up. Because that was definitely an oversell due to something. But the market is correcting. So whatever the hell that was. But no reason for alarm. Yep. Yep. But regardless, the US still stands at the end of the day. And so, not bad. What are we doing here? We're thinking about going up, which generally means we're going to go down. So the pendulum did not swing hard enough. So are these guys going red again? They are. So that's your cue to get out because we're going to go red. Oh, there we go. Well, this will be a good end of day bet. We'll be slow, but not too slow. I'm still waiting for Jeb. Let's bring back Jeb. He was a great meme. Giving everybody the Jeb. Oh, she's gonna push. Damn. I don't think that's gonna hold though. Not with the market being more red. Oh, geez. Well, maybe. This thing's just fucking whiplashing. Maybe. Yeah, you could get in on this. If it goes over that red, you could run it. It'll break out. It was looking like it would go down, but it whiplashed pretty hard. So this should go up. Once it gets over the black line, it should then gap up. Unless the markets have turned red again and they're just going to whiplash back and forth. You know what? I'd roll the dice. Fuck this whiplash. So buy the dip and just roll the dice. Yeah. Because they're probably going to whiplash the other way. And at least you can make, I don't know, 50 cents on the dollar. Or on the $56. Well, one day you can come visit Ottawa. I can drink decaf coffee. I would say AMC is not a bad stock to day trade. It's just a little funky right now, but it's got great momentum. But I don't know. My horse is on AMC. There's plenty of other stocks, but what you're looking for in a stock is high volume and relative stability. So either it's growing or it's coming back to life or something, so that even when it goes up and goes down, you know at the end of the day it's going to keep growing. So your company's not driving into bankruptcy, because that way it only gets redder. If you wait 6 months, it will be redder than it is today, right? So you want to day trade growth, recovery, value. They might not be as sexy, but at least when they drop, they won't drop hard, and you'll have a recovery eventually. Whereas AMC previously, it kept going down. So you bought any time in like 3 years, you're still stuck holding the bags. And so you have to dollar cost average down, and it's heading to zero. So you're potentially just throwing money in a pit. And that's kind of the scenario you want to avoid, because you're basically going to just bury yourself with with limited chance of survival. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you have to have some inflation. Do remember America's running on 0.0% or 0.1% interest or something. Can't remember what the federal rate was, but it was basically free. And so if you're doing that, you're essentially you got an economy that's running on credit. You're taking out huge loans, you're spending, but it's going to be a fragile house of cards. So you want to have at least, let's say 1.5% interest growth to basically drive up the price, so that the country basically gets more expensive, things age, you're moving forward in the sense of an economy. Because it makes no sense economically that, like, negative interest rates, you're basically, the second you get your money, it's on a ticking timer that it's losing value. you're owing money to hold money, basically. It's like if you take out a loan, they have to pay you to take that money because nobody wants it. It's like, what the fuck, right? It's a weird concept. As consumers, people see interest rates as the price of doing business goes up. So the price of my goods that I want go up. And so my money that's sitting is devaluating, right? But if you think like anyone with a couple brain cells, your money that's sitting is not devaluating if it's gaining interest. And you can't have interest when the government's handing out free money, right? So it's healthy for everyone except for the consumer that wants to eat products endlessly for pennies, to have some type of interest rate to drive up, to motivate, growth. So I'm all for interest rates, obviously not 12, 50% interest rates. We don't want to be friggin' Wehrmark Germany here with hyperinflation, but America can control inflation. They're pros. I mean, their economy is incredible. They play it like risky as hell, and they burn down a few times, but they know what they're doing. They're just playing it really friggin' risky. But that's why their economy is so strong, because they're pushing the envelope. Whereas conservative economies like Japan, Canada, our economy stagnates because we don't take the risk, right? So we don't get the reward. But when the US blows up because they stepped on a landmine, we're unaffected or mildly affected. So it makes us rock solid. But if you're buying bonds and you're, playing it safe, you're not going to grow. And so you can't have both. So credit is where credit's due, right? So yeah, the US is good at what they do, especially when it comes to money. But we'll see how it plays out. I agreed they can't print money forever, but no one's going to call them on their debt. And other countries have debt too, so they can just write off their debt, unilaterally, or no, together, whatever that term is, laterally, not unilaterally. So I owe you $10,000, you owe me $20,000. If you forget my debt, I'll forget yours. Okay, done. Because ultimately, money doesn't matter to countries, right? If you're trading resources, my dollar that I have, does that mean anything to you? No, right? It's just a made up IOU. And so if you agree and everyone else in the world agrees that my money is worthless, it's essentially worthless. It might mean something within my borders, but outside of it, nobody likes it. It's worth nothing, no matter how much I think it should be worth something. And so it's just a big agreement we got going on. At the end of the day, it's resources, human capital, education, the strength of your institutions, how much land you have, fresh water, sunlight, temperature, growing seasons. All of that is true value because that allows you to project your force on other countries, defend your border, sustain life, right? So ultimately, if you rack up a $10 trillion debt, who the fuck cares? It's all just IOUs. It just means you have a lot of IOUs, but it doesn't mean anything, right? It just means a lot to people that don't understand economics. So as long as nobody calls you on it, the whole world doesn't gang up on you and call you on your debt, who cares, right? It don't matter as long as you, don't run out of resources or you don't have to trade for something. So, yeah. Zoom out. No, we can't have a pennant. This would be a really bad W. This is almost like a W that's rolled. So if I draw this, right, you have a W here that didn't make it, so it rolled. Then you have a breakout, right? And so if you ignore this piece, you essentially have a W like this. But that didn't finish. So This is probably a W. Then we went into a pennant breakout. Then we basically have a W here that completed and then rolled because we can't get over this line. That's probably what we're doing. But essentially, we're just having trouble getting over support and resistance lines because we just don't have the volume, which is fine. We're up 16%. So, you have to stop somewhere, right? So at least we're not going back down. So it's not horrible. Eventually the ball has to stop rolling eventually. So the internet monies. No, it's just if you're talking about the Canadian internet tax, it's just companies that operate on the internet, solely on the internet, don't have to pay tax. So I don't know if that's the same in the US, but essentially they're offering services, charging people stuff, but because they're not here, air quote, they don't pay taxes. So we pay taxes on everything, right? And all of a sudden, these companies can basically net the tax. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, Canada went on strike in South Park. I'm not your buddy, guy. I am not your guy, friend. It's so true. I'm glad Canada's represented on South Park. It's good. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. And Canada's well represented on South Park, just like America's well represented. It pokes fun at sociological issues. And, Canada's biggest problem is, yeah, something dumb, right? You know, it's trivial, especially when you compare it to, South Park's problems, right? But mm, yeah, we're a country that plays it safe, right? So it's boring, it's slow, it gets nothing done. But in the same sense, it doesn't do anything to you. It doesn't come up and beat you up or run you over. So it's like, we don't have that American spirit, and we're just a slothy version of it. And so we get a little bit of the benefit of, the brazenness, the maverick style of American passion. And then we got the slothy British where don't rock the boat because the queen or king will kill you kind of deal. So it's that passive, stay calm. So we got this blend. We're slowly becoming more passionate, which comes with all the problems, fighting, yelling, screaming, who can be the loudest. Everything's a conspiracy theory. But we're also gaining entrepreneurship, strength, a thirst for growth. So hopefully we can find the balance, at least as Canadians. But I'm guessing we're going to fucking swing the pendulum. We're going to turn into like Little America and then go, fuck, no, 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 no. And then swing to like Little Britain and then be like, no, oh God, no. Our teeth got all weird. And then we come back to somewhere in the middle. I don't know. I don't know. No. American exceptionalism is something anybody can look up to. But of course, it's not everyone and it's not everywhere. And that's why Florida is the meth capital of the US. And Louisiana has education levels that pale to grade schoolers in any other country except for the third world. So yeah, you got great ideals, right? Implementation may fail in a lot of places. So yeah, just like Somalians. If you take a Somalian and those people know what it's like to live total shit, they are rock hard, incredible character and strength. Except you also have heavy drug use, failed state, violence. So you got parts of it you can idolize. But if you take the whole picture, it's, let's just ignore all of that, right? So, anyways, I wouldn't be hiring any Somalis to do anything other than piracy. maybe mercenaries. But, you know, you can still idolize, you know, how humans can persevere or achieve certain things, right? Um, I'm not saying, you know, Somalis are great. It's just that part of their character is, you know, incredible. You know, if you can put up that much shit and still live, fuck. Um, yeah. So, anyways, yeah. I'm sure it has nothing to do with Trump era politics, Barry. Cough, cough. I do believe one building may have been stormed, and that's quality. Cough, cough. But anyways, hopefully I didn't get 100 unsubs from our little side conversation why we let the stock go sideways. But yeah, we're gonna strike out this channel at least, cutting through the BS. Oh, that's a good reference, Triple X. Although Bill Nye, how about the dude that does Art Attack? He's way too excited. This is an art attack? This is an art attack. Like, just calm down, man. I get it. You like craft paper. Wow. Yeah. Oh no, no, no. It's fine, Barry. I'm just poking you. I can handle any subject. You just got to keep it impersonal. You know, as long as people aren't attacking each other, it's easy to have a conversation, you know, because you're all just trying to get to the truth of the matter, opinions and feelings aside. It's all good. Yeah. 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 Arguably, yeah, Trump is a byproduct of a larger picture. But that larger picture, as I was saying earlier, is part of what makes America great. But at the same point, when it's extreme, it doesn't work. And so it's you drink the go-go juice and it makes you strong, but if you drink too much, it makes you, you know, a barbarian. And so it's finding that balance between, you know, shitty slow Canada and God knows where you go, meth land, crazyville. So you got to find it, right? But I would argue, you know, being hopped up on drugs and going crazy is probably still better than being slow and slothy. You know, playing it safe all the time, just like the stock market. Yeah, sure, you win and you got money, fine, but you never win big. You never achieve anything. It's just meh. So yeah, it's safe, but it's hardly a life lived, right? So, and that applies to, you know, countries and everything really. So, yeah, go big or go home. And America has definitely gone big. Boom, boom, fat person joke. Actually, that's one of my favorite. American exceptionalism is everywhere. They're number one in a lot of things. Waist size, lack of education in certain places, drug consumption. Like, yeah, it's exceptionalism, but in the categories you may not think. I wouldn't say it's about to crash. It did have a crash, and I think we're leveling out. If we go any lower, we could trigger a technical breakdown. I think we're going to consolidate, find our bottom, and then try to head back up for end of day. So this is just a little bit of profit taking. So we went from 16% to 14% gains. So it's just a little bit of profit taking at the end of the day, which is very common. As long as it doesn't get any worse, we're okay. Although it is treading the bottom. It's not too bad. And we do have the final hour, which we'll push. So Yeah. Well, you got a backstop. You're basic aside from the 1920s, I guess, which America was basically just everyone was fucking rich. Like they were just everyone was rich. Now there's, workplace slavery, people working 3 jobs. Arguably, uh, you're in the best period of history, if you will, but people are far poorer than they were. Everything costs more and they're getting paid less. Productivity's gone up, but payment for doing work has gone down or stagnated, really, actually. It's gone up like 0.1% or something stupid. It's like ridiculous. So that's a big problem. Housing cost, right? Cost of living's going up, but you're not getting paid more. So everything becomes harder to live, right? And so that's unsustainable. Eventually, something has to give. So either people have to pay more, or like a lot of American companies, they just move out and China's now their playground, right? They just go to another country. And then all of a sudden you get priced out. But that's a huge, complicated economic problem. Um, so that would be my counter argument for living in the greatest era. It is without a doubt difficult for anyone that's like 40 or younger. They've had to pay at least 3 times more for almost everything, except for cars. I think cars have gotten cheaper, but housing, food, everything's just gone through the roof. Now you have a greater access to luxury goods and worldwide goods, right? You can get shit shipped around the world, but it's still going to cost you ultimately more. Um, anyways, so that's a big problem, and that's something all the economic people are trying to figure out, and I don't have any solution to it. I don't know how you fix that because countries run on paying people nothing. The cheaper you have your workforce, the stronger your country is for the most part. But obviously that's not good for the workers, but fuck them. You got a country to run. So hence why slavery existed. How about we pay them nothing? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, backstop. And that's exactly the point. People have lost perspective. And that's something I bring to the table all the time, even ad nauseum, is that, people go, oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, your problems are trivial. You're not being shot. You're not being hunted down. You're not in some weird blood sport movie. You're fine. The only thing you got to worry about is, what am I going to eat today? And whether Cindy likes me on Facebook, right? So it's like, it's pathetic. And the cell phone bill is a good example, right? You racked up this bill. Life is so hard. You can't go on. It's like, oh my God, you pampered piece of shit. You have no idea. But the good news is on the stock market, you don't have to worry about those people. They're the people you crush beneath your feet and hear the lamentations of their women as they're driven beneath you. Ah, yeah, you can cut out that part of the world and let it rot. Because God, they're really beyond fixing. Yeah. 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 Good times. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the truth is the truth regardless. So you can have spirited debates as long as your focus is on the truth. So, we can debate this stock or we can debate anything, but as long as we're focused on, getting to the truth of the matter and not pushing a narrative for our own personal gain or whatever, Fox News, um, we're not working for political parties. We're not trying to change the conversation and shape the viewpoints and turn people against each other so they're easier to manipulate, right? Then you can have a conversation. But the second you put malice in there, agendas, plans, machinations, then you're getting into the shady world of media and controlling the message, which is a really real thing. And I've done it myself as a community manager. Controlling the message is paramount. I see it with you guys. You repeat words I say or statements I say, or you use like the pendulum swings. I mention that, and then it comes up in chat, right? If I keep mentioning it, it'll come up more in chat, and it'll eventually influence you guys into thinking that way, right? Now, I'm not doing it to be nefarious. I'm teaching or helping. But if I wanted to be nefarious, I could just introduce topics and conversations to start changing the way you think, right? And that's really what media does. Well, the bad media does, right? Because they're not interested in what's the truth of the matter. They're interested in how they make you feel. And then they're going to turn that feel, usually fear, and they use it to get you to do something, force you into action, get you to vote for somebody, get you to buy a product, guns, weapons, home defense. They get you so panicked you need medication, right? Like, just to use shitty examples, but you know, that's how you do it. That's marketing 101, right? So the key is not to be played. So if keeping this back to stocks, you know, the Matt Kors and the YouTube reactionary faces and all these people, right? They're playing into that narrative because it works. It gets people, they see a face, they go, why is he shocked? I better tune in, right? So you can't hate the game, but they're perpetuating cancer. So I hate them for being the cancer and making more cancer, right? And I don't really hate them, but you know, I'm not going to applaud them for what they're doing, right? But anyways, that's to keep it back into stocks, but that can be applied to, you know, a lot of things, right? Workplaces that tell you to bleed for them, but they won't give you an extra penny. Do 10 extra hours of work, but we won't give you a cent more. Oh, take on all this risk where you might lose a limb, Home Depot. Oh, but here's a 10-cent raise. You earned it. Yeah, I almost died like 3 times. It's not worth 10 fucking cents, right? So, you know, they'll take as much as they can. They'll take every inch they can take. Big business is horrible for it, right? And so, anyways, not to get off topic, but yeah, that's a big subject. Manipulation, getting humans to motivate. Yeah. Yeah. You hear it in person or online? Oh, I see. You're talking about. Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Scoats. I'm not for everyone, but hopefully I can collect. We do a podcast during the day. This is your ride at 2:30 in the afternoon. In the studio, we have Crazy Justin, and he's just going to spin some sweet tracks on sociological problems. Later in the day, we will tackle white racism, Jewish supremacy, and why the Nazis did nothing wrong. Stay tuned. And all the viewers are gone. Yeah, this microphone does make my voice sound very NPR-y. It's definitely fun to just lean into the mic and drop that radio voice. No, I don't understand, like, I understand crypto, but I don't understand it enough to manipulate it. It has no true intrinsic value. So it's like, it's just completely made up. So as soon as people decide that the made up money is no longer valuable, it's worth nothing, right? It might even be worth less than nothing because you have to probably pay to keep it. So yeah, crypto is definitely a gamble. You know, you can make your money there. There's not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just not something I want to get into. Hard enough making money on stocks, let alone trying to win at a pyramid scheme or a Ponzi scheme. Would it be Ponzi? No, it's pretty much a pyramid scheme. Pay money. Yeah, because a Ponzi scheme is you use other people's money to pay off the other people so they think they're getting winnings. But because you're the one that chooses to sell, it'd be a pyramid scheme. So you only make money if you get more people in. Right. So that's a pyramid scheme. But then the guy on the top, the person that got in at the very beginning, gets all the money. Right. Yeah, it's an inverted pyramid of wealth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get that as well. Rude guy. Because I can cover very controversial topics, and I can cover them fairly neutrally. And of course, people that are very passionate. So we see it with Reddit and the stock, right? It's a movement. We're sticking it to Wall Street. There's justification. They have a holy cause, right? But this comes out everywhere. Black Lives Matter. We have a holy cause. We can blockade streets. We can yell at people. We can burn vehicles. But because it's a just and noble cause, it's allowed. French sovereignty, same thing. Every revolution, right? It's just, it's noble. Whether they're right or wrong is irrelevant. The fact that my car's now on fire and you've barricaded the street and made me feel unsafe is much more relevant, right? But if you comment on that, they feel justified and validated in their position because of whatever, right? Uh, Regardless if it's true or not. So, yeah, definitely when you're trying to deal with passionate people, you have to respect their position, right? Because obviously it comes from somewhere, but you don't have to respect the fact that they've put so much fucking emotion into it because that's on them. And then you don't feel that emotion and they get upset because you're supposed to feel that emotion. You're supposed to be guilty or you're supposed to whatever, right? But that's a false logical fallacy. It's false. Um, because how you interpret the world is completely up to you. How you feel about stuff, how you respond to letters, symbols, characters is completely based on your upbringing. So to have one person versus another person, it's just upbringing differences. It's whatever they were exposed to. You're a sum of your experience. So if I don't experience the world like you, because I don't care about what you care, it's not my fault. But then they would argue you didn't go through the same experiences. And if you did, you'd turn out like me. And that's also wrong. You turned out like you because of blank. I'm different. And if I went through the same scenario, I might not come out whingy, opinionated, piece of crap or whatever. If the person's a bad person, if he's good, I won't end up like them, right? Yeah. So we are some of their experiences. If I went through exactly the same, I'd probably come out similar, but we're not going to be the same. There's a little bit of genetics, there's a little bit of parenting and upbringing and exposure. Sorry, my parents didn't beat me or lock me in a basement. Fine, but it doesn't mean I have to be ultra sympathetic to beaten people, right? That's on you and a broken system. Cool, let's talk about it, but it's not my fault. You're not paying for the sins of your father. You're not responsible for what happened 100 years ago or 50 years ago or 20 years ago or any years ago that you weren't alive, right? But of course, that doesn't fit the broader narrative, right? But whatevs. That's a bigger sociological problem. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. It's just that's a bigger problem. So this is definitely a hot button issue. We lost a few viewers there. But of course, that is a very topical conversation for this modern era, is dealing with victimization and people that are passionate about stuff, so much so that their passion, crushes you or other people. That's definitely a very modern problem. Although I guess, in fairness, when they did the whole, like when Christianity was rampant in the U.S., they were stopping people from drinking, stopping people from doing stuff based on morality and based on temperance and, the character of one's person, right? And so that permeated society excessively. And that would have been even more restrictive. So instead of them just whining at you, they're now physically restricting what you can and cannot do based on their view of morality, right? So I guess in fairness, it's probably better now than it was. But, you know, the scope, we're not worrying about morality rules now. The scope is everyone's feelings about everything, right? And everything, like literally everything, from plastic in the ocean to the color of the sky to how tall grass should be, what color roofs should be, if you're allowed a pool in your backyard. Like it's just gone way out the door, right? But that's first world problems. We got nothing else to complain about. So we start looking at the small stuff because we're not starving and we're not fighting for survival. So anyways, that's a little brief round trip on human psych. So you can't have a wicked, cool, awesome society and not have trivial problems. That just means you made it, basically. If your problems are what caviar to put on your toast, you've made it, right? So yeah, you can't have it both ways. Oh, no, as long as you're not attacking people, you can have a conversation. I'm not a suppressive person. I don't care, right? I just talked for 10 minutes, 12 minutes on a huge swath of topics about passion, right? Some people can take it, 10 people couldn't, and they've left. But, you know, the people that can take it, we strengthen our core, right? I may not appeal to everyone. Your statements may not appeal to everyone, but at least, you know, you're having a conversation. It's fine. It's not hurting anyone. Excellent. No problem, right? Because if we can't have that, then we're not going to get anywhere as a society or even as a community of people that trade stocks. If you can't communicate, you're fucking gone. And how do you get to know each other? How do you grow? How do you better yourself? All of that's impossible without communication. So, long story short. So we are almost at the end of day betting. We've gone almost literally sideways. We're trending slightly down. You can see from the black line. But not a bad day. We're going to have 14% or so in the bag. Probably get a last minute push. I'm thinking we're going to get a last minute push. And then that might give us 16% or so. And then finally, I might get my money back soon. Yeah. 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 On a 10-day chart. Let's take a look at the 10-day chart. Days. Whoops, that's weeks. Days. I think I saw this earlier. Okay, let's remove drawings. So to have a pennant, you have to have declining bottoms and declining tops. And so, yeah, you have a pennant right there. Yeah, I noticed this earlier because earlier I was playing with this trend line. So see how we're on that trend line? I was, before I opened the stream, I was playing with this. So this isn't quite accurate. It should be this. And because we're so zoomed out, there's a lot more going on than just simple technicals. So you can't just draw a pennant or draw a line and be like, it's going to work, because there's so much more going on at this level. And so one of the biggest things is that you just boosted an incredible amount. Like you went from 30 to, let's say, 70 in a day. And so when that crashes, which it did basically the next day, you have a bounce, and then you're going to level out at some 20 to 30% bottom mark generally. And then you're going to go sideways for a bit. Then you potentially roll or you complete. And so we bounced a little higher than I expected. or we bounced properly and then we gained. I don't know. But the fact that we went up, then we went down, and we managed to go back up again. When you zoom in, you can see it. And then we ultimately closed lower, but that speaks volumes to knocking this guy out. So we're more likely to go into a pennant or a regular shape that we know of, and we don't really need to factor in this colossal retraction. We do need to factor in, however, this. So this here is technically without payment. This part here got paid for. So we're good, let's say here, right? So if we end up getting into this territory, we'll have a buffer, but this whole area here is free fall territory, and everything under here is free fall territory. So this should help us stay above 30, but it's only a single day. And then we have an incredible amount of time down in 14 land. So my money is still, we're going to come pretty much close to back to 14. So I don't know how or when, but we're basically just going to go smack, smack, smack. And we're going to have basically this, but on a huge version of this, right? So that's the danger. But at least we have, you know, a pennant shape here. We'll have a lot of warning before it happens. So we can just play it as is. But yeah, that's definitely a pennant forming. We have indecision. We want to go up. Do we want to go down? We haven't figured it out. And so that basically gives us a pennant. So that means if we break a new high, or tomorrow we get over 58, we could potentially run up. And then the same thing is if we break new lows and we get below 45, or tomorrow 48, we have the potential of crashing. So anyways, how much was that drop, just out of curiosity? That was a 41% drop. That was my vindication. It was not a mother of all crashes because we stopped it, but that could have easily become like if it would have just kept going, which you could easily have done. It would have been somewhere around an 89% reduction in a single day. And that would be a incredible crash by any standards. But yeah, and it's interesting. You see, I drew with, if we draw the line and we zoom out, you see how it's hitting the peaks? Oh, there we go. Now, partly because it's these are the highs for the day, right? So obviously it would still line up with the day chart. But yeah, you got a monster pennant basically forming here. But we're on the top part of it, so it's looking good for a breakout if we can just get a little bit more height. But for that to happen, like we're zoomed out a lot here, we'd have to break new highs. So if you can just think of it psychologically, if you've been following stocks, if we can't really break new highs in the afternoon, literally after pause noon, if we manage to do that, that would be a huge signal because it's basically we've somehow got retard strength, something's changed. And so that would give us the catalyst, not even this line if we didn't know it existed, just the fact that we're going to break new highs in the afternoon is probably enough to put us on a run. Then with the catalyst of we're slowly becoming a pinched spring, it's coiled spring under pressure, then all of that's going to add to a breakout of, you know, a considerable amount, $20, probably bring us to at least 70. It's about half the size of this. So yeah, bring us up to about 72 at least. Right. So it would jump from, let's say 58 to 72 within a minute, 2 minutes. So, but anyways, yeah, good call on that. It's not super important, but it's a neat thing to look at. Because if we didn't know about this pennant, we would know that when we go to break new highs, we'd be completing a U shape, and then the potential of taking off is there. And we'd probably see that there's resistance and hesitation. And we'd be able to draw this trend line between this guy and wherever it hesitates. But this is good. This shows us, you know, there's upside potential, happiness in the stock. And holy fuck, I can't believe what transpired. The fucking volume. Jesus. What's today's volume so far? 290 million. And we're not even moving. Crazy. But that also means we have a lot of down potential before we break down. So that's good. Oh, if we're looking at this pennant, we would break down at 46, 47, and then we would fall to, let's say, somewhere around a 30 or so, or 36 would be a support line. So we'd land on this guy, then this guy, then this guy, and then this guy, and this guy would, you know, be stronger. Then we'd fall on him, and then eventually these guys. So you're basically just landing on the peaks on your way down, right? This wouldn't act too much. I mean, you got a lot of consolidation in a small price range. So that's like a good speed bump, but it's not very wide. So if you're coming down with any speed, you can blow through it. So even though there's a lot, it's not a big spectrum. So you got some here, here, but I mean, that's it. This is all clouds, right? There's nothing in the history of, until you get into the 28s and so, and then you start hitting stuff from 5 years ago and January, basically. Yeah. It's not a matter of, like, we'll get down here eventually. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. But right now, it looks like that when is going to be a little bit further out, even with this little bit of negativity we got going here. Unless this ramps up really hard, we should be okay. Yeah. We got lots of room before we got to worry. Yeah. Yeah. Because see, the thing is, you can predict where it will slow down, where it will hit, but you can't predict how fast it will fall, and you can't predict how much force that's going to be applied in either direction. And so you know what's going to happen, but you don't know when, and you know what could happen or what's going to happen, but you don't know the severity of it. So you can see that the train is derailing, but you have no idea how severe it's going to be because you can't tell in any advancement how many people are going to participate, right? So if it's a riot with 4 people or a riot with 400 people or 4,000 people, it changes it, right? You know there's going to be a riot. You just don't know the severity. And then sometimes you know how many people are going to be there. So there's going to be 4,000 people. And then the probability of a riot is moderate. But if we get more people, the probability goes up. And so you don't know if there's going to be a riot or not, right? A crash or whatever. But you know the probability is getting higher and higher and higher. It doesn't guarantee anything. But because there's so many people, because there's so much volume, that leads you down the probability path of these certain things. And that's really 90% of this whole technical analysis game is balancing out potentials, because there's no way to predict the future. You can just guess based on what it's telling you with the best information you have at the time, unless you're a market manipulator, and then you would know because you started the riot, right? But that's a whole different can of worms and slightly illegal. Actually, highly illegal. I shouldn't even say slightly. That's a whole. All right, well, have a good one. Oh, yeah, 69. Giggity. Yeah, we need to go to 69 at least one more time. AMC gives you the 69. Check Discord. Where's my phone? Nowhere close to me. All right, let me check Discord. Na, na, na. Yeah, what about it? The news. Oh, let me check. News. Yeah, I don't check Discord during the day usually. Okay. Oh, look, the Treasury Secretary saying the same thing as me. Higher interest rates would be good for the country. It is, just not good for people with high amounts of debt. AMC billboard truck in front of the Citadel HQ building in Chicago. We're not leaving. Oh, SEC is going to scrutinize market swings as meme stocks surge. Yeah, they're gonna. They're gonna look for manipulation and misconduct. Yep. Jeff Bezos is gonna go launch himself into space. Nice. Hopefully he doesn't come back. They're nailing some people with naked short selling. Okay, so that's really the news. So Fox is just playing the people's hero, and they're basically trumping up that that they're sticking it to the man. Not normal that Fox would say the government's doing a good job, but you know, when it comes to people's money, Fox is always, you know, in the people's corner. You know, protecting your money and your land, blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. So they probably did nail somebody, but it's probably trivial because they nail people all the time for naked short selling, right? It's just not publicized because, you know, it's criminal. We don't publicize every time someone jaywalks or, you know, steals a car. Just like, okay, there's another criminal. But of course, if you're all worried about, you know, I don't know, let's take a 1980s interracial crime, then it becomes top of the news because it's scaring you or it's important to you, right? Yeah. Well, I used a pretty poor example, but you get the idea. It's topical, so Fox is going to cover it. So, no, I don't think that's too big. It's nice to see the SEC getting off their ass. And of course, they would like to show, you know, that poor guy. This has all been dumped on that freaking guy who's like, first week of the job, he's in a fucking Senate hearing, and he's like, please, I just got here. The paint hasn't even dried. So what do you think about, okay, man, I've been here a week. Well, he's been there about a month now, and he's getting his ass handed to him with the whole stock market's going wonkers. Poor guy. But anyways, that's what he signed up for. So, this looks like we're trying to crash, but we're stopping it. So essentially, a dead cat is that you crash and you come back. This is more like we're trying to go down, but green is basically putting up a resistance, but it's not enough to stop us. So this little last bit might be a dead cat bounce, but the larger picture is we're trending downwards, which is normal at the end of the day, profit taking and all that sort of stuff. It's a little more aggressive than it should be. But it doesn't mean we can't come back from this. It's not critical. So it's really the criticality is what you're worrying about. When the drop is so severe, there's no coming back from it. When the blood's in the water and the bears get in and the short sellers pile in, then it becomes incredibly hard because now the buyers have to fight to go up versus just the sellers. They got to fight off everyone in the small dogs, and then it gets worse. So this might go into a technical breakdown because it's breaking new lows, at least in the recent history. Oh, and it's time for our bets. So I'm still thinking there'll be a last minute push, which has been common lately. But unfortunately, this thing is wiping out our sweet gains. Green needs to come in a little bit sooner than later, or we're going to lose a lot of our sweet, sweet gains. Yeah. There we go. So see, green's just staving off a crash. So they're putting up a good fight, but overall, red is outnumbering green. So we're slowly over time trickling down. My guess is there's still something wrong with the market. So there was something that spooked and just bottomed out the market, right? And so now it's recovering like really friggin' fast. But for the most of the day, it was just like it took an arrow to the knee, right? So I don't know. The interest rates, maybe the lady said something they didn't like, and now it's course correcting. But this obviously looks like news related. Huge crash, going sideways. Why they think? What the flaming shit? And yeah, see the erraticness. Just I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So somebody said something they didn't like, and look at it go, right? Like nasty. See? Across the board. Yeah. So anyway, so when you see something like that, you know it's news related. It's usually somebody big that affects the whole market. So, someone's having a speech or Biden went on a shooting rampage, whatevs, right? But then you know it's not you. It's still going to affect you in the short term. So it's going to weigh us down. But as soon as this is all over, depending what the news is, it will course correct. And we've seen that many a times. So Ford is strangely unaffected by that. Wonder what the fuck it is. Interesting. Oh yes. Let me get the bets going. Sorry. I was just busy looking at the. Ow. That hurt. Ow, the microphone just fell on me. Give me 1 second. Oh, this thing's heavy too. Ouch. Yeah. If employment data came out at 11, right? Someone was saying that's a possibility. Um, that's why I like this economic calendar. So we can go back and at 11:30 we have the 3-month treasury bill. We'll see U.S. retail or British retail sales. So let's see how they're doing. Housing prices are okay in the UK. Everything looks stable. Unemployment's gone slightly up in the Swiss. Japan's foreign reserves are stable. Average work week hasn't changed. Non-farm payrolls. Here we go. Unemployment. Unemployment is up. I think it is. The ass end is estimate, and the middle is actual. So Canada's suffering from larger. Our productivity went down the floor. Mm. Okay. So America's looking good. Canada, not so much. Oh, there's the button to get all of them. There we go. I used to be able to see all of them, and then they changed it. So there we go. You deselect only high importance. Closest event. Okay. So, because some of them are pretty cool, like soybean exports. So they're importing less corn. There's cool stuff. I do love looking at the economic calendar. But anyways, yeah, I wonder what did it. Yeah. Well, there was something that was supposed to release 11 o'clock today, wasn't there? Well, actually, that's what I was looking for when I scrolled. So really, it was just soybeans at America at 11. So yeah, that would have been last week. Actual forecast prior. Okay, so the actual is the first one. So actually, things have gotten better then. I was reading this backwards. So this is where it is now, and that's where it was. Where was Canada? Give me. I don't give a shit about anyone but the US and Canada. Because fuck the Europes. Oh, you can select the G20. That's awesome. Ah, cool. Okay. There we go. Really, all we need to care about is America. But it's good to know what's going on in the rest of the world because it gives you an indication of what's coming home eventually. So average earnings. So actual was 0.5. Previously it was 0.7. And they were thinking it would be 0.2. Jesus, that's grim. That's month to month. So people are making 0.5% more month to month. Geek. Unemployment went from 6.1 to 5.8. Not bad. Non-farm payrolls went from 278, which is nothing, to 559. Yeah, but that's COVID, no COVID, or less COVID. Okay. Average earnings year to year was previously gone up by 0.4, but people are now 2% richer year to year. Neat. Labor force participation is pretty much the same. Productivity has gone up in Canada. Unemployment has stayed the same. Our unemployment's different than the rest of the world as well. Okay, so nobody's working. Wow, only 30, but that must include kids. Only 64% of Canadians are participating in the like working, but that must include kids. Because if not, that's like 1/3 of the population doesn't want to work. That doesn't make any sense. It would have to be the old and the young. And average hourly wages went down 1.44%. And in America, they went up 2%. Fuck this. I'm moving out. Damn it, Canada. We have nice things. Yeah. But yeah, that economic calendar is fun. I had it on my phone, and it's neat to kind of see the indicators. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be writing these down. My bad. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I got distracted trying to figure out what was the reason for that drop. 5464. Um, Giving you all cool horse names. Actually, no. Aha. Betty Boop. Okay. Yeah, what are these names? Exactly. You're getting horse names. I try to think of something, but the prizes are you get to set the message of the day the next day. That's your prize. You also get to show off your sweet guessing. It's like horse racing. You're racing to the end. It makes sense when I read them out. So So where is 5179, 5179, and 5205? I think I got them all. I got them all. Okay. There we go. And photo finish. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we even have a train driver. He'll take the horses to the glue factory. Doesn't charge us nothing for it. Oh yeah, I guess I gotta pick a price, eh? Ooh, let's see. I'm gonna guess there's gonna be a recovery. 53, 53, 19, 55. Hard to tell. I guess I'll take... $50, eh? All right, so for those that are new, we take bets to the end of the day. So in the last hour, you can place your end of day bets. Current lead champion, I believe, is Zeus. Who's the crown champion right now? I think it's Zeus. And our second runner-up is Overkill, who are fighting it out for supremacy, i.e. not being turned into glue. It's a fun way to pass the last hour. That's usually pretty slow, unfortunately. 50-50. That's already been taken by Boy George. I presume we're leveling out to go up. Eventually, we're going to crash. But the stock is saying it's thinking it's going to keep going positive. So, Larry's 52. You got to pick a different one, Overkill. Okay, 53.40. And where's Larry's? Larry's was 52.26. All right. And it's closest too, for those that are wondering. All right, so we're in the last bit. We're in the sour hour. Currently, I guess, I don't know if Larry or Dr. Horsekill is currently in the lead. I'm thinking it's Larry. Hard to tell. They're both basically at the extremes. 40 away puts him at 80. and put you at 53, which means 90 is a dividing line. So it's Dr. Horsekill who's currently got this. 69, 69. Nice. If a stock expires Friday, so you're talking about an option. Stocks don't expire. Options, you can check. I think it's delta. The delta shows the decay. Or no, delta is how much it moves a dollar. It's theta. Theta is the measurement of how much you lose per day. I think it's theta. No, theta is based on volatility. So theta is based on no, theta will tell you how much you make if the volatility increases. So then it's gamma, I guess. Gamma is the time component. It's gamma decay. Is it? No. Anyways, I don't know my options that well, but anyways, one of the Greeks will tell you. I trade stocks for the last 5 years. Options are new to me. I understand them. I've read about them. I've done them a few times, but I'm not good at timing. So I can guess the market pretty good, but the timing's going to be off. And unfortunately, you know, you miss by a day, you miss by an hour, you're losing it, right? So okay. So it was theta. Okay. I guess T for time decay, V for volatility, right? Neat. It's almost like the letter has something to do. Delta is delta. Then what does gamma represent? Yeah. Yeah. It's the sensitivity to volatility. Exactly. Yeah. Timing's all about it. Gamma is the rate of change in delta. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. Eventually I'll hammer all the Greeks home again. But yeah, I don't use them, so I tend to forget them. Oh, Nick wants in 5602. 5602. Yes, yes. Yeah. But you don't have to buy because of the trend. You can use options for insurance and other purposes. Options, as their name suggests, give you the option, but not the obligation to buy or sell at a certain price. Or, as the writer, you're giving somebody the obligation, but not the right, or sorry, the right, but not the obligation, sorry, to sell to you or buy from you at a certain price if you're the writer. There we go. So, am I making money yet? Oh, it's over me. I figured this would be the point we push to. That's why I placed my number here. So, currently, Back to the Future is winning it. Backstop's got it. So, he picked the upper part of the support line, and I picked the bottom part of the support line. So I'm thinking it's going to go up and then fall back. But we might all be completely wrong. Now imagine it pushes all the way to that black line and goes into a breakout just before close. I've seen weirder shit with this stock. And that would be one for the history books. Yeah. Oh, and it's coming back to me. Now it is Boy George. So we're in the last 45 minutes. No, that's wrong. 35 minutes. Yeah. Sweet. All right, let's zoom in since this is not probably going to go anywhere quick. So if it goes off the top of the screen, awesome. If it goes well off the bottom of the screen, not so awesome. Yeah, everyone gets horse racing names. And then when I can't think of anything, you get Horsington. Yeah, other people are better at making up funny names. My brain's a little fried today. I ate too much food, but it was yummy. Goes to show you, you don't need brain power to trade stocks. You're just looking at patterns. You can be pretty much brain dead and still make money. Take it from me. This looks like it's going to go into a breakout, which means we'll probably go up to 55, 54.50 if we can get out of here. Oh, 56 Zeus. You're the reigning champ right now, aren't you? There we go. Reigning champ gets his crown. A little homage to Street Fighter. Oh. You were at 5581. Yes, you're there. Paul B. Horse. So who's winning right now? 5384. That's me. Okay, so we're trending along the support line. KO. Yep, that's it. I love how it echoes. Oh, you're... That's it. You're going to get a double crown. Yeah. Because based on our current horse racing rules, you have to tie and then beat the person, kind of like tennis. So just because you got the same number, you got to go above them. So it's going to be something. Because we got a bunch of people at 2. And only, I think, Overkill and Zeus are at 3. Sorry. Zeus is at 4? No. Zeus is at 3. Right. Then Overkill has to win again and again to beat him. That's why no one beat Overkill, because they all got 2, but they never got 3 until Zeus got 3. That's how it works, right? So we'll award the next winner at 4, basically. Yeah. Or 5 if Zeus wins again. Yeah. That's it. Got her all down, Pat. All right. Going sideways. So we got less than 30 minutes on the clock. And I think I'm still 60. 50, 60, 70. I get 70. And we split at 65. So I'm still doing good. And then for backstop, we split at 54. 20 up. Yeah, we split at 54. So 54 and under is me. Ish. Well, it's not exactly it, but let's just go with, yeah, 54 and under. Not exactly right, but we'll do that. All right. Sweet. All right, so let me check. Yeah. Nope. Just loaded. Really slow. Let me check. It's definitely super slow. Yep, it's broken. It should be working, but something's gone wrong. Error code 5031755. Yeah, she's dead. RIP TD. You should be okay, though. I mean, what are you really going to do? 5501. 5501. All right. Got good participation. Yeah. No, what you should have responded with backstop is like executing attack code number 555. It's a Manchurian candidate. Execute error code 101775. You're in there, Paul. It's Paul B. Horse. It's 81 above the 55. Oh, you wanted 5381? I have you in at 5581. 5350. 53. 5381. Shit. Oh. Sorry. I got you in the wrong one. Paul B. Horse. Damn it. You're sniping me by 1. Sorry about that, Paul. All right. Yeah, I just did. Yeah, because you kept repeating it, and I'm like, yeah, I got you. And then I'm like, wait, that number's not a 5. Yeah, I can take a look at COV. We still got a few minutes here. It's not as important. End of day is slow. COV. So which one? Clover Health Investments? These guys have been all over the stock market. Yeah, see? 4th most traded. Yeah. Workhorse number 1, because hell yeah. So, yeah, so she's been on a tear for a bit. So, yeah, now would be a really bad time to buy. So, it's been on a tear in a U shape. I don't know if. Yeah, so it's not doing amazing. And then something's changed and now it's doing amazing. I doubt it. This has been unpaid for the most part. So it's probably going to come back down to $9, if not even lower, down to 7. Yeah, look at her crash. 17 down to 6. Fuck me, that's a lot. And see how aggressive that is? That's a solid crash. That's 62%. The all-time. Okay, this company is quite new. So if we're just looking at the all-time graph, they basically rushed up, came down, and they went below their previous. And now they're coming back to their previous. So this is basically their old floor, but I wouldn't trust it. If they went this far down, recovered, and then came back down, it speaks that they're basically still in the shitters. Yeah, see, they're still losing money. So this company is burning money. So I would probably not bet on that horse because there's a good chance she's going to go into the poopers. At least if you're in at 10 and it goes back to 8 or 7, you're taking a 20% hit, which is no good. But definitely I would not buy on this peak because it is at the precipice. And so looks like it's going to die. Oh, yeah. So if you made puts, yeah, that might not be a bad call. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it going up. Yeah. Now the downside is about 20%. The upside is about 50%. So your puts are going to print, or you're going to be wishing you bought. But I would say the risk of coming out of a U shape and going up still is rare. If I knew why it surged, I might know, because something might have changed. But just looking at it at face value, it's pretty scary looking. Because you can even just look to us 2 days ago. What happened to us after we went right up, right? You come right down. And so that's exactly what's going to happen there, especially if they don't pay for it. No, it's not market manipulation. It's you're logging in and basically they're having problems with their server, and so they lose their connections for security reasons. They don't keep you logged in. So if they lose connection, it doesn't just magically give you the connection back, because then you could be a hacker, right? So they're just probably having a stroke right now. They do probably have, TD has a stroke probably once every 3 months for sure, if not more. I know when I was trading on my phone, they would go down, and especially at the end of the day, they would go down probably just around once a month at least. And that's the ones I noticed. Yeah. And it's always during like the worst time too, because I think people overload the server. So it's, like I had to get out of Alibaba because it was crashing. And I think everyone else had to. It's like, ugh. Yeah, that cost me a lot of money. I'm using TD. Well, if there was no shares to buy, then the spread would be through the roof. Right now it's 4 cents. So that's invalid. Whatever person was saying that, Tom. They can suck a big dong. Yeah, we have 9-cent spread. If there was no shares to buy, the spread would be astronomical, like dollars. Actually, it'd be even bigger than dollars, because we go into dollars in the after hours, and that's a thinly traded market. But if we got to the point where we had no shares, then the sky's the limit. It's basically, it would go as high as whoever set the highest limit order. It would just fly like an eagle. But obviously, it's almost impossible to get to that point. Actually, a good example of that is when people bid over a house. There's one share and everyone wants it, right? And the price goes through the roof like an auction. That's exactly what would happen. So if no one sold, the one person that was willing to sell would drive the price to whatever level they set, right? But you're talking about having, let's say we have 500 million houses on the market, and all of them aren't going to sell. The odds of that are super low, right? Now, if I wanted to buy, let's say 200 million houses, then I might be able to buy up most of the real estate, and then people might start driving up the prices, blah, 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 right? That's actually a good analog. But you would see that because the prices, which is the red and the blue underneath the whatever, would get really high. The blue would be low because no one's willing to pay that. And the red would get really high because no one's going to sell. If the blue gets really low, nobody wants to pay any more than this. Your prices are too damn high. And the red will come down to meet them, or the blue comes up to meet them, whatever. If the red is through the roof, no one's selling, and the buyers won't go up there to meet them. And that's basically what that tells you, is where the buyers are and where the sellers are, and where they agreed is the last price. And that's it. But anyways, until we see a major spread like dollars, I think we're okay. Dunno. So there's our push. So for me to win, I need somewhere around 80 to 50. Curse that 1 cent snipe. Oof. Ooh, they're pushing hard with some good volume. That was a sudden boost of volume. Excellent. $55.50. Shit. Zeus might win it again. Okay, it's back to Racy, Stacy, and Howard. Neck and neck. This is the last 15 laps. Now it's going to be May in the lead with the guy's name I screwed up. Horsington the third. Oh, Horsington the third's taking the lead. Zeus nipping at his heels. 30, 31. So 30, half of that is 15. So I think Zeus is in. No, it's Horsington the third again. And it's drifting down to May. Horsington's taking the lead again. Ooh. It's an all-horse race. Oh, 55.40. It is not taken. 55.40. You're playing it pretty close. Okay, so we have a last-minute horse entry to the field, sniping the position it's currently at. Okay, it's back to Racy, Stacy, and Howard. May's taking the lead, with Howard and Horsington following in suit. 14 laps remain. An OnlyFans account, yeah. We were talking about that last time someone brought it up, and I'm like, oh, I could do an OnlyFans and just nothing but stock picks and lemons. So this is technically a pennant until it breaks down, which would be right about here if it doesn't get pushed back. Come on, push her back. Sweet. Come on. Come on. Nope. Yay. A little bit more. Get us away from the bottom. There we go. So now if it applies the gas and we can get over these reds, which would be hard, we're going to go up to like 56.50. So we're going to go back and touch divinity. The dirtiest lemon picks. That's a filthy lemon. People just sign up and they're like, what? And it's just nothing but lemons. It's literally lemons, nothing else. No innuendo, no nothing, just lemons. Exactly. Speaking of subscribing, if you like what you're seeing, give us a like and a sub so we can grow. Get your grandma on here. Get your friends that have brain cells. You can leave the trolls. We don't need them. We're going to grow this community. 55. 55. Okay. So we're almost at the last 11 laps in 20 seconds. All right. So now we're in the last 11. 11 minutes remain. Bum bum. So 54.97. 54.97. I'm guessing that's Racy Stacy. Yeah, so Racy's in the lead with Augie, the horse, catching up. Oh, and it's slowing down. It's definitely Augie now in the lead. Game Stonkers catching up with Barry. With Augie following in third. Last 10 laps. Augie's in the lead. Stacy's looking to make a comeback. He's thinking about it. I think she's back in the lead. Yeah, it's 10 to 15. Yep, she's definitely in the lead now. Just sprinted out front. Yeah, now Racy Stacy's in the lead. All right, 9 laps coming up. Definitely slowing down on its velocity, but it's definitely anyone's game. Back to Augie, back to Racy Stacy. A fan favorite. Up there with Dubes, which I haven't saw him today. That's also a fan favorite. Dubes, the stoner horse. Well, you're in the lead right now. You're leading the last 2 or 3 laps. Oh, Howard just cut out. Now it's May. Back to Howard. Howard's now in the lead, with Stacy following right behind. Howard's got a commanding lead until this market shifts. Oh, still leading. Now it's May again. Back to Howard. Neck and neck. 8 laps remain. $55.02. So it's Stacy or Augie, depending if this goes down anymore. Bit of an upset on the track. Back to Stacy, with May and Howard falling behind. A little bit of a tumble there. Stacy uses that to take back her lead. Oh, Candace? Candace a person? 55.05. It's already taken. Howard has 55.05. Go, pony, go. Yeah, if I miss your number, you have to just remind me, because I can't get them all out of the chat sometimes. Where's Candace? I didn't even know there's a Candace. Candace. Paul, Larry. Yeah, I don't see a Candace at all. Yeah, who's Candace? 56? Yeah, you're in there. 5602, 5605. Oh, my name. Okay, 56. Okay, it's all good. I just don't want to leave somebody out by accident. Okay. Well, it's poor Kimchi Hufu is straggling. Looks like he's going to the glue factory with Tommy Horse and Lamboni, Larry the horse guy. Getting the oh dear. Maybe they will be saved from the glue. Although we need a $2 drop in less than 5 laps. Ah, okay. Buckery indeed. Okay, where are we now? 5485. 5485. So it's Racy Stacy and Augie. So it's Augie and Game Stonk. Almost neck and neck. Oh, and it's back to Racy Stacy. Curses. Doesn't look like I'm going to win this one. We broke my support line down at 5380. Doesn't look like we're going back. So it's really Zeus at 56 or Stacy at this one. 56 is up here. So next one is 5522. So May. Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be somewhere between May and Augie. Most likely. All right. Last 4 laps on this horse race. 54, 80, 77. Okay, so it's Augie. It's back to Racy Stacy. Really loves this 55 to 70 or 54, 70 to 55. Just floating in there. We're going to get a last minute breakout. Is a horse going to take off and run in the last final moments? Oh, it looks like it's going to be the case. Howard's trying. It's not going to be the glue factory for him. Still Racy Stacy in the commanding lead. Howard is trying to avoid the glue factory. Oh dear. Howard's catching up. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. What's going on here? 94. No, it's still Racy Stacy. Okay. 3 laps remain. Well, or 2.5 laps remain, really. Well, Stacy's got her commanding lead. Picked a good number. If only Augie was a little bit higher. But stem the brakes. So 2 laps remain. Still Stacy, still out in front. No challengers. Okay, last 2. 1.25 laps remain. Oh shit, we're going down. Augie's coming out of nowhere. Dark horse. With Game Stonker right behind. Racy Stacy is now in 3rd. What an upset. But is she out? Who knows? 1 minute and 30, 1 minute and 20. Okay, it's Augie. Racy Stacy's getting closer. Holy crap, we're freezing here. Getting a last minute push or a last minute sell off. If things keep going, it's going to be probably Augie. Once it gets over, I think 80, it's Stacy. So now it's back to Augie, Game Stonk, Barry. So I think we're at, holy crap, we're moving all over the place. We passed Barry. Nope, we're at Barry now. I think Barry, closest 1-2. Now it's Game Stonk. Ooh, last minute push. 30 seconds. We're back to Augie with Racy Stacy pulling out front. Back to Augie. Back to Racy Stacy. 10 seconds remain. Stacy's in a commanding lead. 5, 2, 1, and oh, last minute change. But this should be Stacy. Let's see. Okay, photo finish has us at 54.86, which, if I can do my math, oh, that might be right on the line. Stacy's basically 55. So is 75 closer or is 01 closer? '75's closer? So Augie wins it by a hair. Oh, I'm really bad at math. Let me get out the calculator. So 0 or 60. No, it's out of 100. So 0, 0. All right, see ya. All right, so we're going to give the crown to Augie. I think your first win. And a very close for Racy Stacy. All right, thank you for all coming up and putting up with the technical difficulties. And we'll see you all tomorrow or on the Discord. And there's the Discord link. Let me see if I can paste it. Nope. I'll paste the Discord for those that care. The rest of you, bugger off. And I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, Stacy's ghost. Yeah, see ya. And thanks for participating. We had some good fun.